Thank you, everyone. Before we get started, could the city clerk read the land acknowledgement?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrieleño Tongva and Gabrieleño Quiche peoples.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. And tonight we have a special guest. Alasia Dunlap is going to come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Alasia? Your brother Elijah was here before, right? You go right to the mic.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And stick around, we have a special presentation for you as well. City Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Byers. Here. Councilmember Erickson.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hang is absent this evening. He is attending a family funeral. Mayor Heilman.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
All right, so let's move to the approval of the agenda. I believe the city clerk has one item that is being continued, correct?
Yes, item C6 is being continued to our next meeting on June 29th, 2026.
Thank you. So if you're here for C6, that item is continued. Let's turn to my colleagues to see if there are items that might be moved to consent. Councilmember Erickson is eager to move items to consent tonight.
Always eager and happy to help. I was wondering if I'll start at the back, Melissa. The community preparedness regarding the Andes virus, hantavirus, Ebola, and other potential emerging public health threats item.
That's
F7. I'm sorry.
F7, correct. Okay, no objection?
Wonderful. Is there any objection to F6? The direction to evaluate potential modifications to the temporary advertisement installations under the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program and special event permits related to long-term activations.
I have a couple of questions.
I am going to make my direct appointment to the Social Justice Advisory Board. I'm appointing Jonathan Harling to the Social Justice Advisory Board, but I don't know if we want to do the rest.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's all do our appointments and then we can move F5 to consent.
Yes, so I will be appointing Joseph Soto to the Social Justice Advisory Board.
That's great.
And I'll be appointing Alexis Ibarra to the Russian-Speaking Advisory Board.
Wonderful.
And I'll be appointing Ed Holman to the Older Adults Advisory Board. And I think that completes our appointments, so F5 will be moved to consent.
Yes, and that is for a term ending February 28th, 2027. Thank you.
Is there any objection to F4, the housing element implementation? Yeah, I figured. Okay. The levy of assessment for Santa Monica Boulevard Maintenance District for fiscal year 2026 to 2027.
No objection?
The consideration of the annual report of the Sunset Strip Business Improvement District and adoption of the resolution of intent and to levy an assessment for fiscal year.
No objection.
And then last but certainly not, well, I might have some more. The consideration of the annual report for the advisory board to the West Hollywood Design District and adoption of the resolution of intention to levy an assessment F1.
No objection. That can be moved to consent.
What about item D2, the ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending the municipal code to increase compensation for us, sadly, but it's state law?
I think we should just leave that on the
Sure.
regular agenda just for transparency
Cool.
purposes.
And then D1, an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending the portions of Title II, Article 1 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code.
No objections. That will move to consent.
I think that's all I'm allowed to do. I went
No.
through all of them.
Are there any other changes? Okay, if not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda as it's been amended.
I'll second that. Beat me to it.
All right, if we can take our vote on that. And it passes, noting Vice Mayor's absence tonight. Melissa, did you get all of those, or do you want to summarize for the public?
Yes, I can summarize for members of the public. So the following items are moving to the consent calendar. So if you signed up to speak on these items, we will move you to the first public comment period. Items D1, F1, F2, F3, F5, and F7.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now turn to Levine Act disclosures. Do any of my colleagues have any disclosures tonight? No. Okay. So we'll move to adjournment motions. And do any of my colleagues have adjournment motions? I have two. I would request that we adjourn in memory of former Representative Barney Frank, who was a longtime congressman, also a strong advocate for the LGBT community, and one of the first openly gay members of Congress. He also came to West Hollywood and participated in our meetings of openly LGBT elected officials. And so I would request that we adjourn in his memory. Secondly, I would request that we adjourn in memory of David Hockney, the famed artist who also had a studio here in West Hollywood for many, many years, and I would request that we adjourn in his memory. We do have a number of presentations tonight, and I think we'll start with the first one I have here, which is to Alasia, I hope I'm saying it right, Alasia Dunlap, who honored us tonight by leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Alasia is at West Hollywood Elementary School, and I think your brother is too, right? All right, you're running the school, is that? Oh, okay. So, well, please come up, and everyone, if my colleagues could come down and honor Alasia for doing such a great job. And I'm going to ask Council Member Meister to help me with this one. We have the honor of being joined tonight by Pickle, the West Hollywood Drag Laureate. Our first drag laureate, and Pickle was selected as the drag laureate to serve a 2-year term, but we couldn't let Pickle go, so we extended it to 3. And Pickle has been representing the city and as a singer, entertainer, a storyteller, representing the city at major cultural events such as WeHo Pride, the West Hollywood Halloween Carnival, National Night Out, and really strengthening the visibility of drag within public life and municipal events. Pickle also produced educational programming on drag history at our Harvey Milk Day events, has led initiatives such as free sewing workshops because you make all of your gowns, correct? Amazing. So we just wanted to honor you. It is bittersweet that you're rotating out of this position, but we want to just honor you for successfully fulfilling your role as West Hollywood's Drag Laureate with creativity, leadership, commitment, and a great deal of compassion. Thank you, Pickle. Please join me in honoring Pickle.
Thank you. I didn't prepare anything. All I can say is thank you. I mean, thank you. Thank you to the art staff of the City of West Hollywood for guiding me through this process, for allowing me to do this role. Thank you to the council members and the mayor and the vice mayor and all of the staff and everyone in the government for being a part of this. It's weird because it's like, I have remarks to people because like the number one question I got from people was like, what is that? What is a drag laureate? So tell me, what is a drag laureate and what do you do? And I just never came up with a good enough answer. You know, I think that it seems so silly, but these things are important. And I get to work with children, and sometimes I feel very silly because it's like, well, what is this? I'm the only one, really. But I always tell my friends and people that I'm like, in 60 years, I'll be so proud to have been this person. And I know that Odious, Ari, pending your approval, will do such a great job, and it's been my honor. It's been the greatest honor of my life so far to be a part of this and just to leave like a tiny little mark on a tiny little town. And you know, like, we get to show up and be a part of something that is a part of something even bigger. And especially right now, I think things like this are really valuable and important. And it's been a pleasure and an honor, so thank you.
And thank you. Pickle, don't go away. I believe my colleagues want to say a few words, but it isn't a small mark, it's a huge mark. Thank you for leaving a huge mark on our community, and there are many good things to come. I know that you're going to continue to be a great leader in our community. Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Oh boy, I mean, Pickle, you are just the best. I mean, I know Councilmember Lauren Meister always says the best, probably like the best thing we've ever done. I mean, truly, we've done some good things, but like you are sunshine, rainbows, joy personified. And you know, like, maybe we won't approve her and we'll just have you for another 3 years. I mean, but who knows? Time to start. But the coup begins. But Pickle, you sang Somewhere Over the Rainbow when I became mayor. You were at Contract Cities, and people didn't know what a drag laureate was then, but they do now. And that's 84 cities across LA County. You were there at the Academy Museum when I brought all of my kids from my high school, and they only wanted to see you. I mean, they were like, is Pickle here? Is Pickle here? I mean, there are so many amazing memories that we all have, and we will have many, many more. because you're not going anywhere. We won't let you. Literally, we won't let you. We'll put up gates and we'll say you can't go and all the things. But Pickle, I know you had to endure some things, and you came out just so more amazing than we could ever have hoped. So thank you for all the joy you have brought every single person in this entire city, truly.
Yeah, Pickle, sunshine, rainbows, bubbles, all the things. Watching you with kids is a true, just magical moment. The way kids understand the world differently because of who they're looking at and seeing it with. It's really amazing that we get to have this in our community. And I know you've been somebody who's brought drag and its leadership into so many different corners of this county. And with that, we're so proud of the way that you've been a vehicle for West Hollywood's values all across this county, shining that light everywhere. And I think it's so incredible that not just through the sewing workshops and the sort of drag workshops, but the leadership development pipeline that you've really created for drag queens and kings to see themselves as bigger than performers and stars and bars, but really like leaders in our community and advocates for change and visionaries and how they see the world and are able to help us all build it. So I just thank you so much for starting this spark that is going to turn into a bonfire. And we really have so much to be grateful to you for helping us define what seemed undefinable in this city. It's because of you that we're able to help keep this going. And we just thank you so much for starting something unbelievable here. Thank you.
Pickle, I had brought this initiative forward with one of my former colleagues, and honestly, I don't think we could have ever imagined how amazing this program would be, and that really is you. It really is. You've just been not only an amazing drag laureate, but an amazing first drag laureate. You have, as Councilmember Baez said, really defined this role, but to a level that I don't think any of us ever could have expected. When you took the mic that first time and you sang, and I was like, wait, she's singing. She's really singing. You just blew us all away. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making this initiative one that I can be so proud of, and I will be proud of it for the rest of my days. So thank you.
Thank you. We have one other presentation tonight, and it's still Pride Month in the city of West Hollywood. So each month I've been trying to honor one of the organizations that serves our community and also donating my salary to them. So this month we get to honor the Los Angeles LGBT Center. And the Los Angeles LGBT Center is the largest organization in the world, I believe, serving the LGBTQ plus population. It's also one of the largest providers of HIV care in all of California. We're very fortunate tonight to be joined by Joe Hollendonner, the CEO of the LGBT Center. And I just want to take a moment to bring awareness to the outstanding services that the center provides. It was providing services before we became a city, and then once we became a city, we began contracting with them for their services: comprehensive healthcare, social services, advocacy, education, cultural programming. It has been a national leader in terms of advancing LGBTQ plus civil rights, working tirelessly and advocating for our community. Their commitment to youth experiencing homelessness, seniors seeking community and support, individuals navigating critical moments in their lives. The center is there for so many members of our community, and I'm so proud to be honoring the center tonight. If my colleagues could come and join me, please join me in honoring the LGBT Center of Los Angeles.
First, allow me to thank the mayor and city council for this very lovely honor. It's not often that I come to council meetings and feel emotion of joy and fight back tears for good reasons. So thank you to Pickle, and thank you for that Pledge of Allegiance. You know, the Los Angeles LGBT Center is in fact the world's largest LGBT serving organization, but we are also the first LGBT community center ever created. And there is a reason for that, and it's because of the fierce residents of WeHo, the fierce residents of Los Angeles County in general, who stood behind the work of our founders back in 1969. And so thank you for this honor. Thank you for your continued investment in our work, in our communities. It's enabling us to serve 35,000 unduplicated people each year, providing them with healthcare, housing, and hope. So in honor of Pride Month, I appreciate everything that you all do.
Thank you. All right, it is now time for public comment. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have in chambers and how many do we have on Zoom?
We have 25 individuals in chambers and none in Zoom.
Okay, I am going to limit us to the 20 minutes that we normally allocate. So I would ask people to cooperate, and if somebody has said what you want to say, if you could abbreviate your remarks, that would be helpful. Tonight, we do need to get to the budget. It's required that we get through that by the end of this month, so that's why I want us to move to the agenda as quickly as possible. If we don't get you in the first round of public comments, there will be a second round if you're able to stay. And the names aren't appearing, so can you call them for us?
Yes, I can. The first speaker is Helen Krieger, to be followed by Tom DeMille.
And are these consent calendar, or are there no consent calendar?
We have 10 consent calendar speakers.
Great, thank you. Oh, it's showing now.
Hello, Council. I'm here to speak about B10 on the consent calendar, SB9 readiness, and incorporating it into our ZIP zoning. My name is Helen Krieger. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm a payer of our significantly high rents. We know that regardless of what happens with the SCAG maps, we desperately need more housing, and that putting that housing near transit will be good for everybody. Through our zoning, we've maybe unintentionally made housing an unnecessarily scarce resource in West Hollywood. In the 40 years since we've become a city, we built 70% less housing units than in the 40 years before we were a city. It's gone from 16,500 housing units down to about 5,000. So this is why the majority of people who work in West Hollywood have to live somewhere else. It's because we haven't built enough housing here. This is why people pay half of their income in rent every month. According to our census data, almost 20% of West Hollywood residents pay half or more of their income in rent every month. And that number is not theoretical to me, because that number includes me. Like a lot of West Hollywood residents, I work in a creative industry, and that has highly variable income. That worked fine when I was in my very affordable rent-controlled apartment, but then that building got Ellis'd, and I had to see how high the market rents have gotten in West Hollywood. SB 79 has some of the best protections that we've seen for rent-stabilized units, while allowing the housing that we desperately need to be built and doing it near transit, which will cut down on traffic. We have a chance through our ZIP process to create SB 79 ready zoning that's adapted to the unique needs of our community. My ask for you here tonight is to please not make this process never ending. Please respect all the people in West Hollywood who are paying so much in rent. Please respect the feedback you've already gotten on ZIP and all the residents who've taken time out of their schedules to participate in that. And given the extreme housing crisis, please set a deadline for staff to incorporate the resident feedback they've already received and to get an SB 79 ready ZIP item on your council agenda. Let's start treating our housing like the human right that it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom DeMille, to be followed by Mike Holtzman.
I'm in the dark here. My name is Tom DeMille. I'm a 33-year resident in West Hollywood. Before I came here, I lived with Barney Frank for 3 years. And I didn't know until he died the things that he taught me that I remembered. He said, Tom, never take $1. 7th campaign now, and I've never taken $1. That's so great. And the other thing he says, if you want to be mayor, He said, you don't have to run, just be mayor, and after a while, people will notice. Well, 33 years later, I've been the cop in Boys Town, and you know what? I just want to let the mayor know and the council members know that I understand the 36,000 of my fellow residents. You're afraid to come to the Rainbow District after dark, and I understand that because physically, I only have a couple limbs left, as you can see, but my heart's still there. I had 2 different homeless persons pummel me in front of 100 of my friends and guests at Mickey's because I stopped them from stealing a purse. And across the street, a woman that morning was screaming bloody murder, and I went over to say, are you okay? And she hit me over and over again. After that, she walked towards Trader Joe's. Before she got there, she assaulted 10 residents. We have a budget later on that I'm all in favor at this point, if I win, that I want to cut the sheriff's budget because they haven't provided a safe place for us to go. Moreover, because those homeless there and violent people there, we're losing $10 million every year in our budget because of it. No movie stars, no rock stars, no dancers, no singers, nothing. I'm going to bring them back. We'll build bunkers along that whole side, doubling the sidewalk, and make it butler service only. We're going to pick it up in West Hollywood. We'll do the sidewalks over with Gay Icon, Walk of Fame, and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
November
Tom.
3rd. November 3rd. Thank you.
Mike Holtzman to be followed by Jonathan Wilson and then Kathy Waldman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Mike Holtzman, a 39-year resident of West Hollywood. I appreciate SCAG's recent decision to exclude the 4 proposed Metro K line stations affecting West Hollywood from its current SB 79 maps. However, that decision should not be viewed as a reason to delay planning. Rather, it provides a valuable but potentially limited window for the city to prepare for the likelihood that these stations will eventually be mapped. I urge Council to direct staff to begin developing a TODAP right away. Given the complexity of the process and the importance of meaningful public engagement, waiting until the stations are officially mapped could significantly reduce the city's flexibility and residents' ability to help shape future growth. A TODAP is not about opposing housing, it is about planning growth responsibly. A TODAP would allow West Hollywood to proactively direct growth to appropriate commercial corridors and transit-served areas while protecting neighborhood character and respecting community priorities expressed during the ZIP process. Enacting a TODAP is consistent with the proactive approaches that Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, and soon-to-be Culver City have taken. By acting now, the Council can create a balanced approach that accommodates new housing while preserving the qualities that make West Hollywood unique. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Wilson to be followed by Kathy Waldman.
Hi, Mayor. Unfortunately, the Vice Mayor's not here, but council members, good to see you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to speak a little bit about the TODAP, and I want to say thank you again for presenting what you presented on May 18th. Unfortunately, it looks like we have decided to move that into consent, and we have approved that. With that said, I still think there's a need to have intentional and deliberate housing within our city. And with that said, I mean, it is extremely important that we think about not only what our city looks like in the future, but what our residents want as well, right? There's a bunch of restaurants that are asking for a TODAP at this moment, and they're feeling unheard at the moment. We want to make sure that we have strong execution. We think about what our city of 1.99 square miles looks like, 89 square miles looks like. I strongly encourage the city council to make sure that we are thinking thoughtfully about the impacts that we are making, while also maintaining some control on West Hollywood. We can't leave our city development up to the state. Let's ask ourselves why Los Angeles is delaying the implementation, and also why cities like Culver City and Beverly Hills have created a TODAP. Let's be intentional about where and how we develop in this city. And again, the idea is not about not developing, it's about being intentional about where we develop and how we develop. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Waldman to be followed by Jacob Shaw.
My name is Kathy Waldman.
Kathy, can you pull the mic down a little bit?
I'm a 30-year West Hollywood resident in the WeHo Heights neighborhood and a CES member. I'm here to urge the approval of SB 79 TODAP, given the vital protections it would afford our communities. The property, street conditions, and neighborhood impact are key factors in project evaluation. With the TODAP, our city gains the exact framework to use local context rather than passively approving projects that result in an actual hardship. SB 79 undermines local government's control over its land use decision-making. Our existing RSO affordable housing is under threat from this, likely leading to displacement and intensifying the gentrification of our city, which will make it more challenging for low-income residents, seniors on fixed incomes, the disabled, and working individuals to stay in or move to West Hollywood. SB 79 is a boon for developers looking to boost profits, but detrimental to our residents. A grim truth is that the majority of this council supported this bill, failing to protect its constituents. You'll be abandoning the residents once again if the TODAP isn't supported. Please approve SB 79 to give the City of West Hollywood the tools to protect our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Shaw to be followed by Greg Rang.
All right, good evening. Mayor, not Vice Mayor, council members, city manager, and city staff. My name is Jacob Shaw, and I'm honored to come to you today as the interim president and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight to express the Chamber's strong support for the continued renewal of both the Sunset Strip Business Improvement District and the West Hollywood Design District. These organizations are invaluable partners in advancing the economic vitality of West Hollywood. Through destination marketing, business advocacy, special events, and stakeholder engagement, both districts help strengthen the commercial corridors that contribute significantly to the city's identity and economic success. The Sunset Strip and Design District are not only important business centers, they are internationally recognized brands that help define West Hollywood. Their efforts attract visitors, support local businesses, generate economic activity, and reinforce the city's reputation as a global destination for entertainment, hospitality, design, and culture. The Chamber, as manager of both organizations, has seen firsthand the positive impact they have on our businesses, property owners, residents, and visitors alike. Their work extends beyond their individual boundaries and the benefits the broader West Hollywood community as a whole. As we continue to navigate economic challenges and increasing competitive marketplace, it is critical that we support organizations that have a proven track record of promoting investment, driving visitation, and fostering collaboration among stakeholders. On behalf of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, I respectfully urge the Council to support the continued renewal of both the Sunset Strip Business Improvement District and the West Hollywood Design District. I also want to thank the city for its continued cooperation with the Chamber and our business community. Together, we are helping ensure that West Hollywood remains one of the most vibrant, innovative, and economically successful cities in our region. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Rang to be followed by Christopher Clapp.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Heilman, esteemed City Council and City staff. Greg Rang, resident of Los Angeles and current Executive Director of the West Hollywood Design District. I submitted public comment, so I will keep it brief. I just wanted to show up in person, as you all do, to say thank you for your continued support of the Design District over our past fiscal year, encourage your engagement and support and collaboration in the upcoming fiscal year. And I also wish to pull forward for those in the chambers that don't know that 30 years ago, the Design District was established as a business improvement district. And I wish to celebrate the leadership, the combined leadership of those on the dais tonight, particularly Honorable Mayor Heilman, whose signature is on the founding documents of the Design District. It is my absolute pleasure and privilege to represent this community, and I thank you for your support. Good evening.
Thank you. Christopher Clapp to be followed by Scott Epstein, and then Nicole Payton and Wendy Jane Carroll.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed members of City Council. I'm Christopher Clapp. I've worked in the neighborhood 18 years at Petrosian down the street. I'm the current Vice Chair and Treasurer of the West Hollywood Design District, just asking for your continued support. We had our best year yet. I think our best year is ahead of us. I have to give a special thank you to Jackie Ronco, Paulo Kesperdit, Laura Byrie, and Laura D'Ambrosia for all their support. We love to do the work. We're a lot of volunteers. That we just look forward to the opportunity to continue that work. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. Scott Epstein, to be followed by Nicole Payton and Wendy Jane Carroll.
Good evening, council members. Scott Epstein, Director of Policy and Research with Abundant Housing LA. I'm here to speak in favor of full SB 79 implementation and also parking reform. So your council showed remarkable courage in supporting SB 79, and you did so because you understand the depth of the housing crisis in this city, how many renters are burdened by the cost of housing here, and you wanted to solve it. And you were one of few cities to do so. Now it's time to move forward on that commitment by implementing the law. Unfortunately, SCAG has introduced a lot of uncertainty into the process by making up a new criterion for Plan Rail out of thin air. There is nothing in statute or in HCD's guidance that says that Plan Rail stations need to have a completed environmental review process, only that a locally preferred alternative has to have been selected, which it has. I strongly urge you to accept SB 79 projects when the bill goes into effect. It will also put you at less legal jeopardy. And then I also want to talk about parking reform. You would be the second city in LA County to support the complete elimination of parking minimums citywide. This is a bedrock of pro-housing policy, and really it's just cleanup in the city of West Hollywood, right? Because the vast majority of your city is already does not have to have parking requirements because of AB 2097. But you will be saying firmly that this is a regressive policy that incentivizes driving and drives up the cost of housing for no reason. So please support both of these pro-housing progressive policies. Appreciate your leadership.
Thank you. Nicole Payton and Wendy Jane Carroll.
Good evening, Mayor Heilman, council members, and staff. I'm here with Wendy Jane, and unfortunately, Catherine Ng can't be here tonight, but we're here to be able to share as community members, end-of-life planners, and death doulas that we're partnering with the library next door for 2 events that are upcoming as death cafes. This Saturday, June 20th, and August 22nd, from 10:30 to 12. It'll be a conversation over tea and cake, where we can talk about death with no agenda, no objectives, and no set themes. It's not a grief counseling or support session. It is simply conversations about death. And it really is a way for our bringing community together to think about living life more fully. Happy to share with Wendy.
Thank you, Nicole. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. There are 24,000 death cafes in the world. They started in 2011. And we are really excited because they're in 93 countries, and now West Hollywood is joining in this opportunity to discuss living well, quality of life through the end of life. So if you're able to attend, you will be very welcome. Thank you, and good luck tonight.
Thank you. Ignacio Darnaude. Yes. To be followed by Kyle Brazil, and then Hernan Molina.
Dear Council, as a longtime resident of West Hollywood, I support SCAG's methodology requiring environmental analysis and reliable funding before potential metro stops are placed on the map. West Hollywood faces serious financial and environmental challenges. I am concerned that the city may not be able to fund the billions required for the K-Line extension. But I'm even more troubled by a council member's attempt during the SCAG meeting to eliminate the essential environmental review before subway stops are assigned to West Hollywood. Our city sits on a high water table. La Ciénaga means the swamp in Spanish. Large-scale underground construction in this environment presents extraordinary engineering and environmental challenges. Moving forward without proper environmental review would expose West Hollywood to catastrophic legal, financial, and infrastructure risks. Also, requesting a toad up now is not about opposing SB 79. It is a tool allowed by SB 79 to ensure that future housing growth happens in a way that is thoughtful, balanced, and responsive to the needs of our city. Proceeding without a toad up would invite chaos and displacement decades before the subway even arrives. As an example, our 1,133 irreplaceable rent-stabilized units would become prime targets for predatory redevelopment. The good news is that SCAG's current mapping decision gives West Hollywood time to plan responsibly. Please protect the we in WeHo, not developers' profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Brazil, to be followed by Hernan Molina and then Mike Nuttall.
Thank you. Kyle Brazil, resident of West Hollywood. I'll try to keep my comments brief, but I hear a lot of discussion around the topic of SB 79, TODAPs, and SCAG's methodology without nuance, right? I think we hear often that this is a debate about pro versus anti-housing and development, and that's simply not the case. I think we all want housing supply, we all want to see rents come down, but we need to be realistic about the solutions that will deliver that affordability. There was a paper released earlier this year by UCLA that says, quote, "It is unrealistic to think that we can deregulate and build our way out of the affordability crisis with market rate housing, even with large positive supply shocks in any reasonable time frame." I think we've got to be nuanced about the conversation here. This is about responsible development versus irresponsible development. This is about local control over our community and protecting the interests of our residents versus allowing Sacramento and other special interest groups to mandate density in all parts of our city. We also need nuance around locations, right? This isn't an LA County conversation. West Hollywood is one of the densest cities in the country. We are 70% more dense than Santa Monica. We are as dense as San Francisco. We've got to be thoughtful and responsible in our development in our community. I appreciate the folks that have turned up to the council tonight to advocate for housing supply, but I don't think we can let that come at the expense of doing it responsibly and thoughtfully. So I just want to say, again, while I appreciate and want to be part of the creation of affordable units and housing in West Hollywood, we really need to be thoughtful about the way we do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hernan Molina, to be followed by Mike Nuttall.
Good evening, Council, City Manager Rocco, City Attorney Lauren Langer. My name is Hernan Molina, and I'm not here tonight as your governmental affairs liaison. I am here as a resident, but also as the president of the West Hollywood Municipal Employees Association, WeHome, the largest bargaining unit of the city of West Hollywood. And I'm here because, as you can see,
I see everyone. Could I ask everyone, we've seen you, could you all sit now so everyone else can see the speaker? Thank you. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, Hernan.
No worries. And I'm here because we are certainly disappointed to hear that the city, and I was able to get a copy of the letter, that these temporary workers who are seeking voluntary recognition by this city, the city of West Hollywood, that has advocated for human rights since its incorporation, that has recognized for the first time, as no other local government, LGBT couples. The city's most progressive, the most progressive city in Southern California, is refusing to voluntarily accept and recognize the temporary workers' desire to become unionized. The worst part of it is that I work with all of you. Not once one person came to ask, is WeHome willing to accredit these workers? I heard about this secondhand. And granted, I was out on disability for 2 months, but none of my colleagues on the executive board were notified. That is disheartening, but most disheartening and really unbelievable is that the city that I go around advocating as the governmental affairs liaison will not do this for its own workers. will not recognize these folks. And if you are being told that WeHo should accredit them, we cannot. They're a very large group of people that while we share the same values, and I know I have to wrap up, while we share the same values, they are two different universes.
Thank
and
you,
they are
Hernan.
and should be recognized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hernan. Thank you, everyone. Mike Nuttall to be followed by Anita Goswami.
Hi, Mike Nuttall, Tri-West resident, speaking in support of the lifeguards' effort to unionize. I helped spearhead the effort to unionize the lifeguards and help get the ball rolling because I saw a need for these dedicated and hardworking individuals to have protections and have a voice regarding the way that they've been treated. I was shocked by what I learned about the West Hollywood pool has been operating. I would have spoken publicly sooner, but I wanted these employees to first have protections in place so they wouldn't be subject to retaliation. As part of this effort, I listened to employees, what they had to say, investigated concerns that were brought to me, and spoke with numerous individuals, both past and present, including lifeguards, city employees, and others who communicated with the city with these concerns. Tonight, I want to raise some of these concerns, and I intend to discuss additional matters at a future meeting when some individuals can be present. First, lifeguards lost their paid lunch benefit. And in fact, they are being paid significantly less because the city decided to eliminate a benefit. Second, I understand there have been complaints involving the pool supervisor, Cortez Jordan, concerning inappropriate images that allegedly became accessible on a city iPad used by employees. It's my understanding that Human Resources is aware of these concerns, and I question whether the response was adequate. Third, employees have been told when management, including Cortez Jordan and Kim Hubbard, become upset with workers, these employees are removed from the schedule without notice. Workers simply receive an automated email informing them that they are no longer scheduled. Imagine what that does to someone who was relying on that income to survive, particularly when the only thing that they did was speak up or express an opinion. I've been made aware of allegations involving Cortez Jordan making inappropriate late-night phone calls to a young female lifeguard. Since she became a liability, she was just then terminated. These are serious concerns that deserve to be thoroughly investigated. These hardworking individuals deserve protections, they deserve a voice, and they certainly should not be treated in the manner that they have been. I not only support their effort to unionize, but I think it's essential that they do so in a very speedy manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita Goswami.
Anita Goswami, I'm a longtime resident of West Hollywood. I'll make this very
Anita,
quick.
after you, I'm going to call Lincoln Bone, and then we're going to put everyone else at the end of the meeting for council comments, public comments. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No worries, I'll make it really quick. First, Pride Parade was so much fun. It felt like a neighborhood again, and it was just wonderful to have a neighborhood parade, and I had friends who were here and reminded me of the joy and wonder of what is here in West Hollywood. It truly is unique. Secondly, really quickly, 55 other people and myself wrote letters to SCAG supporting their methodology. I attached all those letters in the public comment that I submitted in writing so that you can get a chance to look at that. There were 75 comments, and of those, more than 10 were not about the actual SB 79 maps, but 55 of them were from West Hollywood. They weren't from other places. There were residents of West Hollywood who feel strongly about that. It's not sensible to make decisions when there's no funding. Those who are concerned about climate change should be thrilled that the process is in place and ecstatic that environmental concerns, including our historical water issues, that these concerns are being understood and addressed. That's what this is about. Thirdly, from Active Citizen Report, West Side City Council of Government meeting was enlightening. Chelsea, you did a great job chairing it. It was great to hear what other cities are doing who listen to their residents and act for the needs of their residents, such as Beverly Hills with their TODAP, Los Angeles with their ordinance. Local control matters to those cities, and I hope that we file and accept that report, and we work together with ZIP to make it happen, to bring local control back to West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you. Lincoln, and that will be our last speaker during this session.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Lincoln Bond.
I am a temporary lifeguard at the City of West Hollywood. I'm also a UCLA employee and an organizer with WehoTV United. The aquatic workers chose to form a union of our own. We asked the city to recognize it, and the city manager said no. This reason was unit appropriateness. That is a legal question about whether we are the right group to bargain together. But I am here to speak about how we work together at the same pool, the same water, the same shifts. These are the same working conditions. If we're not a group with a shared interest, I don't know who is. And whether we want a union and what shape it takes is our decision to make, not the city's. That is what autonomy means. This kind of denial is a familiar move. USC recently tried it with its faculty. It called them the wrong kind of group and said that the adjunct faculty was managers. This legal technicality was an attempt to block their union, but the labor board rejected that. The faculty voted, and they are asking the university to respect the result now. That is the same thing we are asking of you. If a big employer, hoping the small group gets discouraged and walk away, that is not what's going to happen here. We are not walking away. We will continue to keep the pressure on. And I just want to state as well, the City of West Hollywood signed a neutrality pledge early in January of this year, and this feels like not honoring that neutrality pledge at all. So please, City Council, override the denial, recognize the union that we chose, and let us get to the table. Respect our choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We're going to move on to the city manager's report.
Mayor.
Jackie, you have a report tonight?
I apologize. I do have 3 citizen position slips for consent calendar items.
I apologize. Can you read them into the record?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Elise Eisenberg in support of item B10. C. Dent in support of item B10. And Ed Holman in support of item B10.
Thank you. Now our city manager, Jackie.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I just want to give you a few updates and just share with you that I'd like to take a moment to celebrate the tremendous success of WeHo Pride Weekend 2026. WeHo Pride is a powerful reflection of who we are as a city, and it takes a village to make it happen. And I want to thank the City Council, our event services team, and staff from every department and division in our city, our event production partners at JJLA, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles County Fire Department, our medical teams, and all of our public safety partners. It was an extraordinary and safe weekend that once again showcased the very best of West Hollywood. Thank you all for helping make WeHo Pride 2026 such an incredible success. And to celebrate World Cup, thanks. I'd like to share that this past weekend, the city's Summer of Soccer fan zone at Plummer Park was a tremendous success. I hope many of you had a chance to visit the fan zone because it was amazing. Attendance was outstanding, and it was wonderful to see families and fans of all ages coming together in the excitement and spirit of World Cup soccer. Thank you to our city staff, community partners, and everyone who helped make the fan zone such a memorable experience. The celebration will continue at West Hollywood Park from June 25th through June 28th with additional fan zone soccer match viewing. As part of the arts component of the fan zone, we'll be hosting the U.S. premiere of Disco Foot, a hybrid dance soccer performance. And at this time, I'd like to welcome the creators of Disco Foot to share briefly more about this exciting program.
Thank you very much. And we are very honored to be here. And we'd like to thank the mayor and the council and the Arts Council with Rebecca Eman for having invited us to come to your city and present our performance, Disco Foot. Disco Foot was created 10 years ago, and I would like to point out that you are the first city in the US that we are presenting this performance. Disco Foot is a performance which is with mixed genders. It's essentially a soccer match, but the rules are a bit different. You cannot run. You have to dance. Also, it's not, of course, the same rules as exist in soccer. You have to make goals, but we also have 3 judges that judge how your team dance. So basically, you can win the match by dancing better than the other team. So it's not a given that just because you scored that you win. We thought this was an important, when we created it about 10 years ago, we thought this was also politically important to show that this type of sport, which can often be seen as something hard and hyper-masculine, we wanted to show that, because it's very difficult to dance and play soccer at the same time. So we wanted to show the importance of mixed gender teams. But also we looked at other things in society that have changed over the years. We looked at, for example, the costumes that how football players used to wear much shorter shorts in the 70s. And we wondered what has happened to the thighs. Why have they become so dangerous suddenly? So we have gone back to a 70s look, and we hope that that can be also something to think about, how things change in society and why do they change. And I'm here with my colleague Thomas,
who would just like to add just another thank you for the opportunity to find a manner to collect other artists. These are local artists, they're local dancers, there's a local DJ, and our production team is also local. So the entire focus on this project is a local project. And I thank you for that, because most of these people have not met before. So suddenly, even though they come from the Los Angeles area, they get a chance to meet. And we all know today how important it is to find a place to meet. We've been working quite a lot at the gymnasium, the aquatic center. It is an extraordinary space. The staff have been lovely. It's been just a lovely experience to be in your city. We don't know LA at all, and we don't know WeHo, but we love it now, and we thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
And I would just like to add on a little short thing. Today, it's important, everybody is looking for meeting places. And what Thomas said about that we have been using the Great Hall, the gymnasium. For us, we think that to bring in an arts project into a sports hall, basically, is an excellent way of maybe in the future also meeting of different interests, if I put it like that. So why not in the future be able to mix up these kind of places also for other types of art and sports, and this could be a natural way in the future for people to recognize each other.
So thank you, Mayor and the Council, for this opportunity.
And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We
Thomas
encourage.
Cayley.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, they got my name? No, we did not. No, my name is Petter Jakobsen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Petter. We just want to encourage everyone to join us at the upcoming WeHo Park Fan Zone. And for more information, please visit go.weho.org/fan zone. So we hope to see you all there. Thank you very much. This concludes my remarks.
All right, now we'll turn to the consent calendar. Melissa, the fiscal impact of the consent calendar as it was amended, what is that tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. As amended with the addition of items D1, F1, F2, F3, F5, and F7 is $2,308,663 in expenditures, $942,308 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees. Before we take our vote on tonight's consent calendar, item D1 was moved to the consent calendar. It is an ordinance, and I'm going to read the title into the record. An ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending portions of Title II, Administration and Personnel, Article 1, City Administration, Section 2.08.030, City Offices Hours of the West Hollywood Municipal Code, And with that, I will entertain, we have a vote. Let me start.
We have a motion and a second.
Let's go.
And I'm guessing it's going to be approved. It is, and it is approved. Thank you for that. We do have a couple of public hearings tonight. They are fairly routine. We will turn to our first public hearing, which is item C1, the collection of solid waste, recycling, and organic waste charges on the tax roll for fiscal years 2026 to 2027. Do any of my colleagues have any disclosures? No. And can I ask how this public hearing was noticed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Typically, I would just say as required by law, but being that these are the collection of fees, it was posted and published on May 28th as well as June 4th.
And do we have any speakers on this item?
Tom DeMille has signed up to speak on this item.
All right, is he still here? Yes, I am. Okay, great. But before you come and speak, can we have a brief report from our engineer?
Good evening. My name is John Gilmore. I am the Engineering Division Manager. The city has a contract with Athens to provide solid waste, recycling, and organics collection services to the public. Per the contract, Athens rates that are charged to the public for these services increase each year based on CPI, which for this year is 5%. Also, per the contract, Athens in 2022 had to embark upon a major overhaul to comply with the new state law regarding organics recycling implementation. Per the contract, the rates also increase each year to cover that overhaul, which for this year is 3.6%. Note that this year's increase is the final adjustment for this special provision. Lastly, the city's costs for operating the program also increase each year based on CPI, which for this year is 3.02%. This is the public hearing wherein council will approve the increase in rates and the placement of charges on the property tax bill accordingly. This concludes the presentation for this item. Thank you.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions? No, the public hearing is now open. We do have one speaker on the item, Mr. DeMille.
Thank you, Mayor. Tom DeMille, West Hollywood. Oh, I only have one question. Just one. Why you keep increasing the amount of money you're giving to these folks when it's increasingly dirty and disgusting in our city? I mean, why are you doing that? It's like paying for 18 holes and only doing 6 and saying I scored a 65. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. And look at our alley. Just look at our alley from Palm Avenue to, some of the nicest supermarket in the world, right? I don't think any of you have walked the alley. They've not walked the alley. I know you have. It's full of homeless. It's full of glass. It's full of urine.
Please address the council.
I'm addressing
the
both you and the
council.
camera. I have to address you and the residents, Mayor.
Address the council,
There's
Tom.
36,000 people want to hear what I say.
Tom, address the council.
I can't look there. I can't look there. All right. Okay. Why does my alley look like crap? You have your parades. Everything's beautiful on the other side. If you walk just 10 feet behind you, oh my God, really? Is that the way we want to live? Is that the way of what we're paying? Is that what they're doing for cleaning? Fire them. Fire them. Say, do what you're obligated to do, contracted to do, and I think that they should earn their bonus every single year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Just to clarify, these are not the people who clean alleys. These are the people who collect trash at residential properties, correct?
Yeah, all the parcels in the city. Yeah.
Thank you. Tom? All right. Are there? Tom? Thank you. Are there any further discussion? Okay, if there's none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and we can take action. Is there a motion to approve the recommendation? There is, and we're already voting. You guys are quick tonight. Thank you. We will now move on to our next item, C2, the collection of sewer charges on the tax roll for fiscal year 2026, 2027. This public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures? None. And Melissa, how was this item noticed?
It was noticed with the same notice for item C1. It was
Thank
a
you.
combined notice.
And our city engineer?
Good evening. My name is John Gilmore, and I am the Engineering Division Manager. The city owns, operates, and maintains a sewer system to serve the public. The cost of this system is paid for by collecting a fee from every property on their annual property tax bill. Every year, the fee is adjusted for inflation to keep up with the rising costs. This year's CPI increase is 3.24%. This is the public hearing wherein council will approve the increase in rates and placement on the property tax bill accordingly. This concludes the presentation at this time.
Do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, Tom DeMille signed up to speak on this
All right,
item.
thank you. Mr. DeMille.
I'm here all night. I brought a sleeping bag. My name is Tom DeMille. Again, the residents. Oh my. Later on, this council wants to pay themselves more. You don't have the money. You don't have the money these days. You're not even saving for the big orange man's 27, 28, all of 28, up until January of 29. Have you put anything away? Have you done anything? No. It's unfortunate that you can be here a month and have $2,000 and stuff a mailbox and get elected in this city. Do your work. Do what I did for 33 years, and let's make it official. Don't do it that way. Look what we have up there. I'm against this. I think the residents are against paying more for their sewer bills. As it is, you know, there's water squirting out on every single building and running down the street, and people are falling, and, you know, it's a mess. It's a mess. It needs to be redone. And then, you know, again, I'll think about giving them a COLA. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our only speaker on this item. Are there any questions from council? None. Then I would close the public hearing and I'd entertain a motion. There's a motion to adopt. And it's approved. Thank you. And we have one last public hearing in this series. This is a public hearing to place on the tax rolls those who are delinquent on their bills. And we got an updated list today. Did everyone get that? It should be on your, okay. Melissa, how was this item noticed?
The same as C1 and C2.
All right. Are there any disclosures from council? None. So the public hearing is open. We do have one public speaker, Tom DeMille.
I'm Tom DeMille. The sewer bills. I just told you that they're delinquent on their bills. Well, I just told you a minute ago that the residents can't afford to pay a COLA every single month. They're decreasing in all their values of their homes and their payments, and they're not being able to eat. The steaks are $15. No wonder they're delinquent. I'm against this COLA. Stop the madness. You just keep squeezing all the residents for everything. You have to realize that the residents are already being squeezed the other way. And this balloon's gonna pop if you keep doing this to the residents. This is their investment of their homes. West Side West, I have your back. I hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our only speaker on this item. Are there any questions from council? I will make one comment. I am a homeowner and I do pay this and I want my sewer system to work. So I am very happy to pay this minimal increase, and almost every homeowner and property owner in the city do pay their sewer bill fully and on time. There's only a handful of people who have not paid. And oftentimes they're the same people every year who forget to pay their bill, and then we have to put it on their tax roll. All right, so there's a motion to adopt. We'll go ahead and vote. And the item is approved. Thank you. We'll now turn to item C4. the user fee study and proposed fee resolution for fiscal year 2026, 2027. And this is another public hearing. The public hearing is now open. How was this noticed?
This one, similarly, because there are fees involved, we are required to post and publish a notice twice. So it was posted on June 4th and June 11th.
All right, and council, any disclosures here? Okay. All right, a little premature there. All right, so staff going to give us a brief report. Are there any other speakers on this item?
No, we do not have any speakers on this item.
Tom, please quit disrupting the meeting. Thank you. All right. Annie?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Annie Ruiz, Revenue Manager. Sitting with me is Onyx Jones, Interim Finance Director. We are proposing to increase our fees by 3% for some of the fees. We will be returning back to council in October with a comprehensive fee study.
Okay, are there further questions for staff?
I hear, and I'm grateful that you're coming back in October with a bigger fee study. I had noticed that some parking fees had not been updated since 2017. So I imagine that study will include a comprehensive looking at what our neighbors are doing for comparisons, that sort of thing. Okay.
Yes.
Terrific. Looking forward to seeing that back, especially given some concerns on the budget. Knowing it's been some time since we've looked at some of those fees is meaningful. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Erickson.
Additionally, I know a lot of our fees for recreational services, usage of the pool, and other social services that we provide at the Plummer Park Community Center. A lot of our other cities have very similar programming. Would love to kind of see what analysis there might be between those usages. For example, I would love to know what Beverly Hills charges for pickleball or Culver City in that way, just to make sure that we look at everything, because I know on the Plummer Park Subcommittee, Councilmember Meister and I are always understandably frustrated that we take on a lot of burden for other cities that surround us, but I want to see what the kind of cross-sectional fee schedule is for other cities and how we're competitive or not competitive. And if we're taking on, I believe, 80% of Los Angeles for pickleball, just in general. And yes, to the pickleball people, we are not coming for you. Please do not come. I do not need a pickleball war in my hands. But I would just like to understand what the competitive nature of the prices would be, if that's possible.
And in that line, I would say to look at things by resident versus non-resident.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And you're going to be, right now, you're recommending that we approve a series of fee increases, but you're coming back later in the year with a comprehensive look
correct.
at our fees. Okay, great.
That is correct.
Any other questions? We do have one speaker, Tom DeMille. Tom?
Would you have a priest?
Tom DeMille, West Hollywood. I'm the only one in the city that's going to speak about the budget. Can you believe that?
This is not the budget, Tom. This is the fee increase.
Well, again, not only are they scared to come into Rainbow District, but they're also fed up, and they think it's a waste of time, because for 33 years I've lived here, no one's listened to anybody. They can talk to the blue in the face, and it's 4-0, 5-0. One abstention maybe because they feel so guilty. But, come on. I mean, the residents, come out, residents. It's safe to come out to the meetings, find out when the meeting is, make out a speaker slip, and tell us what you think. It's your duty. It's your privilege. It's our obligation to protect your investments, your children, your dogs from being run over by the food carts. Just one thing after another here. We don't even have the sidewalks to support what we have. And the ones that are good, no one walks on. I can't figure that out, Mayor or Council. We need to figure that out, why we have now, over 33 years, the poorest sidewalks in the country. And I'm ashamed. I'm just ashamed. You know, I'm just ashamed. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last speaker. We'll go ahead and close the hearing.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment. I mean, based on what's being said, I'm really proud that the city of West Hollywood has paved sidewalks, paved streets. A neighborhood council member, your duties are streets, trees, and sidewalks. I would love more trees. Tom, please.
Tom?
But
Tom, this is your first official warning. If you can, all right. Tom, you're out of order.
I just want to make sure our Public Works Department, as well as all of our friends that clean our streets, make sure sidewalks are paved. I know when I was going to LA Pride yesterday and I crossed over that border on a bike, I got a little shaky quite quickly, but I do appreciate the work that we all try to do to make sure our streets, trees, and sidewalks are good. I know when I step outside my front yard, I'm not worried about cracking my head on the skull for the sidewalks. And these fee schedules might not have a point to what I'm saying, but based on everything that's been saying, I just want to reiterate to the public that we do have a very robust and clean neighborhood and street. We can always do better, but these things are something that I'm very proud of, and thank you very much.
Thank you. The public hearing is closed. We do have a motion. If we can go ahead and take a roll call. The item is approved. Thank you. We'll now move on to item C5. This also is a hearing on zone text amendment and resolution updating parking regulations and local CEQA transportation guidelines. And we have a group from our Community Development Department ready to make a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nick Marosich, Director of Community Development.
Nick, sorry, this is a public hearing, right? How was this noticed?
As required by law.
And Council, any disclosures? None. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to introduce Jordan Parrish, who will be giving the presentation tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Jordan Parrish, contract planner with Rincon Consultants, supporting long-range planning. And tonight we are presenting two items. Oh, spoiler. Tonight we are presenting two items: a zone text amendment to implement recent state parking laws and eliminate minimum parking requirements citywide as a response to a council directive, a companion resolution to clarify the city's VMT screening criteria under CEQA following elimination of these minimums. This ordinance implements two recent state laws, AB 894, which requires cities to allow shared parking of underutilized spaces between uses, and AB 1317, which requires qualifying new residential projects to unbundle parking from rent. In addition, the ordinance implements the May 5, 2025 Council Directive to eliminate all parking minimums within the city. While AB 2097 already eliminated minimums for most uses in most areas of West Hollywood, due to our proximity to high-quality transit, this amendment codifies a complete elimination of minimums for all uses within the city. And finally, the second resolution corrects a technical issue in the city's 2020 VMT guidelines. Without this clarification, any project that voluntarily provides parking could unintentionally trigger unnecessary VMT analysis. These state laws are adopted to reduce the overconstruction of parking. Parking construction can be a substantial portion of per unit construction costs. Excessive parking requirements unnecessarily increase housing costs, reduce project feasibility, and subsidize car ownership by bundling parking into rent, even for people who don't use personal vehicles. This ordinance also aligns with West Hollywood's general plan, housing element, and climate action goals by removing hidden parking subsidies, allowing shared use of underutilized parking, and rethinking and modernizing how parking is distributed throughout the city. In practice, these changes will have limited immediate impact because nearly all parcels and most uses in the city are already exempt from parking minimums under AB 2097. And unbundled parking is already common throughout the Los Angeles region. This map shows the 4 small areas in the city with approximately 38 parcels that fall just outside high-quality transit areas, which are shown with the light blue overlay. These 4 areas are not currently impacted by AB 2097, but will have their parking minimums removed under this ordinance. So to clarify, the blue areas are where AB 2097 already applies and parking for most uses is not required. And then the areas highlighted by the arrow show where these elimination of minimums will be extended to. And note that parking can and will still be built based upon operational needs rather than on prescriptive formulas that are not responsive to evolving conditions. In summary, this ordinance implements AB 894 and AB 1317, incorporates the May 5, 2025 Council Directive to eliminate parking minimums citywide, aligns the municipal code with state law and city policy goals, and clarifies the city's VMT screening criteria to avoid unintended CEQA triggers. And this concludes our presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Great. Are there any questions from council at this time? And we do have a number of speakers, but go ahead, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. I believe I implemented this item many moons ago, but in addition to the state law. So essentially what you're asking us here to do is codify what's been passed at the state, so our municipal code is matching all of these items as well?
Yes, but this also implements the City Council Directive, which goes beyond the state requirements.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, we do have 8 speakers on this item. The first one is Anita Goswami, to be followed by Brad Kiesler, and then Helen Krieger, Scott Epstein.
Hi there, Anita Goswami. I'm a longtime resident of West Hollywood.
Anita, we can't hear you. Okay.
Okay. Anita Goswami, longtime resident of West Hollywood. I did submit specific references on the revision in writing. First, ZTA is written is too broad. Parking is a premium resource for our people here in West Hollywood. The state has taken away some, but West Hollywood is able to retain local control, so please don't give away what you've got. 1928-020 applicability, waivers cannot reduce bicycles or loading spaces, but the revision removes the word parking, meaning that changes to that would no longer follow the standard procedure. 1928-040, no minimum off-street parking required. Note the revision is overly broad and should specifically state the AB 2097 scope. Last item is that the current code says off-site parking shall be located within a reasonable walking distance, 400 feet, okay? Proposed revision would be walking up to 2,000 feet. Implications there are that landlords could lease their now unbundled off-site parking at a higher price and then provide that off-site parking to their tenants later, with that off-site parking being 2,000 feet away. That's not realistic for mobility challenge, people carrying packages home, people bringing children home in their strollers. So I just wanted to raise those items and make sure you're aware of that. Those are my concerns about this. For every ZTA, I find I am asking, who is benefiting from this ZTA and who's getting their rights taken away? So I now look at these always with that lens. And again, I'm thinking about those people who are going to be walking 2,000 feet from that parking space. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad Kiesler, to be followed by Helen Krieger.
Hi, I'm Brad Kiesler, resident of West Hollywood and voter. And I just think I'm going crazy sometimes. I don't talk about reducing parking requirements for new construction or even anything that's going to be remodeled or something. It's insane. We need parking in this city. I want you to go over to Koreatown. I have a small little condo over there that I've owned for many years, longer than I've owned my house here in West Hollywood. And I have to come, we have parking there in that condominium because back then in 1965, people building condos had to have parking. So I don't remember what the ratio was, but it needs to be more than 1-to-1 anyway. But I have to call him up and arrange when I want to go over there and repair something in his unit or something. I have to make arrangements of when he's going to be at work or what, and I have to work within those timelines, because going over there and trying to park is ridiculous. We don't want West Hollywood to become like that. That we're dense enough already. That place is, you know, and bicycling is very good and everything. But nowadays, I bike better than I walk, which is not so good. I need to start my walking again. But the thing is, am I going to be able to carry my paintbrush, colored paint, and everything on my bicycle to go over to the condo? And I don't want to drive that far anyway. It's like 3 or 4 miles, I guess. So anyway, we need to do whatever we can to this. You know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Thank you, Brad. Helen Krieger to be followed by Scott Epstein. Scott, oh, you're still here. You moved. Okay.
Hello, City Council. My name is Helen Krieger. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and as you heard earlier, a payer of very high rents. I'm in favor of this item, not because I dislike parking in any way, but because I like choices. Having this item move forward doesn't mean that developers can't build parking, and it doesn't mean that we're putting any kind of limit on how much parking they can build. They can build as much parking as they want. But what this does is give us choices. So developers have more choices depending on what kind of housing that they want to do, what kind of price point they're targeting, but more importantly, our residents and our future residents have choices. If you're somebody who doesn't have a car, or if you value having a cheap apartment more than having a car, then you can find that apartment and a developer can build that apartment for you. This is important because parking costs money, and right now we're using housing to subsidize the cost of parking. The average cost to build underground parking, which is the kind you have to do in a dense urban environment like ours, the average cost is about $72,000 per parking space, and that does not include land value. So the estimate is that parking costs tenants an average of $200 a month, and that gets bundled with their rent regardless of whether or not they use it. So updating our parking requirements lets us put housing people in front of housing cars. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, to be followed by Ignacio Darnaud. I'm sorry.
Good evening again. Scott Epstein, Policy Director with Abundant Housing LA. This is a great package of reforms. I want to congratulate the Planning Department for their excellent work on this, and thank Councilmember Erickson for his leadership. We have a very robust literature about the harms of policies that enforce minimum parking. They subsidize driving, they increase the cost of housing, and what we also know is most developers will build parking. They will just right-size the parking for the project. They won't have to deal with arbitrary numbers that, let's say they can fit 20 parking spots in a one-story underground garage, but the parking minimums say you have to do 21. That project will no longer pencil. That is housing that will never happen as a result of an arbitrary cap. And this is cleanup. We know that the vast majority of sites in West Hollywood already don't need to have parking, but it's an important statement of your values. I appreciate your leadership. Please pass this tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ignacio, to be followed by Kyle Brazil, then Stephen Post.
Dear council members, I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed elimination of minimum parking requirements citywide, which goes beyond Sacramento's requirements. In spite of today's lobbyist claims, there's no evidence that parking demand in West Hollywood is declining. Residents rely on cars for everyday life, commuting to work, grocery shopping, medical appointments, and caring for family. The assumption that large numbers of residents will suddenly shift to bicycles or public transit is not grounded in our current infrastructure or in lived reality. Realistically, how many people paying over $3,000 a month in rent in West Hollywood are choosing not to own a car? Eliminating parking requirements benefits developers by reducing their construction costs. Yet, there's no guarantee those savings will ever translate into lower rents. Instead, new residents will compete for an already limited supply of street parking. This concern is reinforced by the Council's recent decision to grant permit parking to residents of a new building on Hayworth that was approved without sufficient on-site parking. That decision demonstrates a simple fact. Residents still need parking, and when developments fail to provide it, the burden shifts directly onto surrounding neighborhoods. Allowing new construction with little or no parking will not solve affordability. In fact, it may increase rental vacancies, which are already above 11%, while worsening congestion, pollution, and safety concerns in neighborhoods already under pressure. New housing should reflect the real needs of the people who live here, and parking remains one of those essential needs. Please protect the we in WeHo, not developers' profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Brazil, to be followed by Stephen Post, and then Steve Martin.
Thank you. Kyle Brazil, resident of West Hollywood. I support the goal of reducing car dependency, and we do that by making alternatives better. Tonight's item instead focuses on penalizing car ownership. The basic test should be simple. Does this make life better for our residents? The hypothetical of watching a 7-story luxury development go up next door with no parking makes it simple. This will make life harder, particularly when this council is actively eliminating hundreds of parking spaces on our streets. Instead of a blanket approach, council should retain and advocate at the state level for local discretion over issues that impact the livability of our city. Instead of demonizing drivers, we should focus on improving their alternatives through greater reliability, safety, and connection to existing transit. Staff points to alternative transit modes as a reason to eliminate parking requirements, but parking is not a cause of car dependency, it is a symptom. In WeHo, public transit commuting declined from 5% to 3%. Bike commuting remains flat below 1%. And even though we have fewer vehicles than our neighboring cities, we still average 1.5 vehicles per household. Even in one of the most walkable cities in the region, our residents recognize the need for a car for their quality of life and demand better before shifting to other modes. We should also challenge this misleading notion that no parking requirements will create affordability. Luxury apartments will remain unaffordable without parking because developers set rents based on market demand. But the lack of new parking supply, coupled with unbundled and shared parking, means the parking for our residents will be sold out from under them to the highest bidder, leaving them to fight for the declining number of parking spaces on the street. We should remain grounded as we make these choices. Experts warn that these policies will not lower rents, and that data makes clear people are not shifting out of cars based on our actions to date. The sequencing of actions matters, and I ask this council to do the hard work first of building better transit systems to earn that shift, and then let's talk about these options once we've reduced car dependency.
Thank you, Kyle. Stephen Post, to be followed by Steve Martin.
Hi, Mayor, Council. Stephen Post, resident of West Hollywood. I'm speaking personally in support of this item tonight. For decades, cities have required developers to build parking whether those requirements were needed or not. Those mandates have increased costs, made housing more unaffordable, and consumed valuable land space. Removing parking minimums does not eliminate parking itself. It simply allows projects to provide the amount of parking that makes sense for their location and those residents, especially larger developments and major transit corridors. West Hollywood is uniquely positioned to make this change. We're a compact, walkable city, the most walkable in California, according to WalkScore, as recently reiterated in the LA Times, with growing transit access and residents who are increasingly choosing different ways to get around, like biking and public transit. We need to modernize policies and drive up without driving up costs by delivering this public benefit. We should stop forcing every renter and homeowner to subsidize parking spaces that they may never use, and we can mitigate issues that arise from taking lost parking with tailored solutions. But what we can't do is be afraid to begin moving towards greener modes of transportation. I see this as a reform we have to make, given state law, as stated, but it also aligns with West Hollywood's values, long-term goals, and existing zoning changes. I appreciate you listening this evening, and I also appreciate you putting SB 79 on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Martin, and then we have some citizen position slips.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. The one thing that has not been addressed here is the actual realities of where we live today and where we have lived for over 40 years. We had a parking crisis when we incorporated the city 40 years ago. That's because developers don't right size. Every time they get an opportunity, they will cut corners and provide less parking, which is why we created parking minimums. This is not rocket science. This is common sense. When you have a situation where we have all these empty storefronts, as well as thousands of empty units, no one has ever, nothing in the report talks about maybe because it's a problem with parking. Because when employers tell me that they're having a hard time, their employees can't find a place to park, people are going out of business, and we have all these empty units that aren't being rented, that does not mean that we have created excess parking or that we have forced developers to create excess parking. I want to know what actual groundwork, what actual study went into this. Did we go around and check out the parking structures and find out how many condos and how many buildings like the Avalon have excess parking? I don't think so. This is based on ignorance and arrogance. And you really need to think about the community you live in, because this is not about how we live here and now. Admittedly, things will be hopefully a lot better 25 years from now when we have a subway and we can start making, we should be making changes before that. But we need to protect our residents' right to live here now.
Thank you. We do have a number of citizen position slips, and Melissa, can you read those into the record?
Yes, Mayor. Kevin Burton, West Hollywood, in support of the recommended item. Elise Eisenberg, West Hollywood, in opposition to the recommended item.
Okay. Questions? Yes, Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So actually, Steve Martin brought up something I was going to ask, which is how many vacant residential parking spaces do we have?
I don't have that number.
Okay, so we don't know that information. Are we losing parking spaces because of conversion of garages and carports to ADUs?
I mean, I don't have any specific numbers to share tonight, but we do have projects that propose to convert different parts of existing buildings into accessory dwelling units, as they're allowed to do under state law. Sometimes those can include, carports and covered parking.
Right, and they don't have to provide parking that they took away.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Did you reach out to the residents who live in those 4 areas? I know they looked small, but they could be densely populated, and I was just wondering if anyone has done any outreach to those folks. So those are the 4 areas that aren't included, based on state law that you're including with this citywide.
We included public noticing for the residents of those areas, but we did not reach out directly to them.
So there was no real outreach where you got feedback from them?
No.
Okay. Is there a way that we can impose a cap on what is charged to tenants, a cap on those parking spaces that are being unbundled?
That is something that we discussed, but after the long-range planning subcommittee and the planning commission, we opted not to include that as a part of this ordinance. We did speak with rent stabilization, and they do currently have a system where if someone in a unit that's subject to rent stabilization loses their parking, the property manager has to deduct an amount from their rent.
Yeah, but that's not the question. The question is, if parking spaces are being unbundled, can we put a cap on the parking spaces that have been unbundled. In other words, it says here that we give tenants the right to first refusal for those parking spaces. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so
That's correct.
can we impose a cap on those parking spaces so that tenants are not being, gouged and then, can't afford to rent those spaces even though they may need them?
The state is silent on that. I'm not aware of anything within the state requirements that would prevent us from doing that.
Okay. Can we include all of these city and state requirements regarding parking be included in the tenant leases so that we know that the tenants are being informed?
Yes, I think we can do that.
Are we planning to do that?
Not currently at this moment.
Okay. Can we require that the lease says that that the person has no car, that they're signing something that says, I don't have a car, so that we are clear that there is no parking on the street for them?
I'm sorry, can you say
So
that again?
can we require that the lease
Mm-hmm.
that a landlord puts together for the tenant, that if they're getting a unit without a parking space, that they note that they don't have a vehicle?
So the question you're asking is, can we require property managers to disclose that there's no parking available for the unit they're leasing?
And that the tenant is not planning to have a vehicle?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
I just want to clarify that these are not things that are currently included in the ordinance that's in front of the council tonight.
Right.
So if there are changes that the council would want to see made, we would need direction to go back
Right.
and
Yeah,
I think we can look at some
that.
of these specific issues and explore them further to see to what extent those could be accommodated with respect to the state law and to reflect the direction of the council.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking the questions is I didn't see it in the ordinance, and I didn't see it in the staff report, and my feeling is I'm not going to vote for something that has not been, thought out completely with regard to these items.
Please, people.
Can we confirm that, we have a lot of areas that are permit parking only? Can we confirm that the people in those buildings are not getting permits for the parking? In other words, we have a policy in this city that if you build a new building, you either provide enough parking for your building, but do not expect that the tenants in that building can get permit parking, right? Because obviously we have permit parking because the streets are already, I always get it confused, overparked, underparked, overparked. So too many people wanting to park on the street. So we've put actually in the CUP that we have, right, Jennifer, we have a policy that says you don't get, a permit. Are we continuing to do that?
Yeah, that is a policy that we've been applying to projects that come forward. It's not something that's currently codified in the zoning ordinance, but it has been applied to new projects that are coming forward.
So we'd have to codify it then. Another thing to codify. And then the last thing I want to bring up is the issue that Anita Goswami brought up about the 2,000 feet, the 400 feet going to 2,000 feet. What was the rationale behind that? And knowing that our city has, we're aging in place, right? We're trying to encourage aging in place, or at least I thought we were. And we have, a larger, older adult population, and we have people who are,
Why are you looking at me?
I thought you were looking at me. And we have, people with disabilities. It seems to me that that's not very older adult, aging in place, disability friendly.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, that's actually a state requirement. So West Hollywood's previous requirement was 400 feet. So that 2,000 feet is actually what's required under the state law.
Okay, so who is advocating for us at the state level? It seems to me they're not doing a very good job. Okay, well, thank you very much. I can't support this item as it is written.
Before I turn to my other colleagues, we had one other citizen position slip, Melissa.
Yes, we did. And Ed Holman's going to start thinking that I don't like him because this is the second time I've missed his slip. But Ed Holman in opposition to the item.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. For some of the items and questions that Councilmember Meister asked you about vacant spaces, were those a part of the direction for you to do at any point during the study?
No.
And if you were directed to look at vacant spaces and do that type of study, I'm guessing you would have done that?
Yes.
Thank you. Additionally, in regards to the Planning Commission decision, could you walk me through what happened at the Planning Commission on the CTA a little bit?
The discussion at the Planning Commission, it did center around concern about how the unbundling of these parking spaces might impact residents of income-restricted units. So the additional research that we did is basically just confirming that rent stabilization had some way of dealing with that. So if a tenant is facing the prospect of losing their space, they would be required to receive a rent credit so that they could lease another space if they opted to do that.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Would you like me to go into some comments, Mayor?
Yes, or if...
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Yeah, just go on.
Wonderful. So this was my item. I initiated this way back when, so I'm really happy to see it coming forward. You know, parking mandates make housing more expensive. The science is there. It's not arrogance. It's written down in a book, but people should read. But additionally, structured parking can cost $50,000 to $100,000 per space to build, and underground parking can cost even more. Those costs get passed on to renters and home buyers. It's proven, it's factual. We should prioritize homes for people, not parking for cars. It costs more to build a parking space than it does to build an affordable housing unit. That was case in point in the Weatherly project. You can go back and look at that data, which is why there are parking requirements under AB 2084, which was a Friedman bill, removed parking requirements for affordable, 100% affordable housing requirements, something that we all agreed to look at because they can actually rightly size what the parking looks like. Requiring excessive parking means fewer homes can be built on a site and limits that ability. Not everyone owns a car. It's fine. I'm not trying to demonize car owners. People don't own a car. Some people bike, walk, lower income residents, people with disabilities, and those who rely on transit, biking, and walking are forced to pay for parking they don't use. I have talked to a number of residents in and on the east side where I live, whose landlords try to get pretty cagey when they try to do these things and decouple the rents and try to take away their parking without even telling them. And they even tried to do it to a commissioner until the commissioner brought it to the city's attention. Additionally, the markets can decide. Removing minimums does not ban parking. People who provide housing can still provide parking based on what residents in the market demand rather than an arbitrary government requirement that frankly doesn't pan out. And more flexibility means more housing gets built, which is ultimately the goal of what we should be doing. It is too cumbersome and burdensome to build housing in this city, in this county, in this state, and we need to do all that we can, and this is why parking requirements and parking minimums make it much more harder. This supports workforce and affordable housing. Affordable housing developers consistently identify parking mandates as one of the biggest barriers in delivering deeply affordable homes, and it does encourage transit-oriented communities. I hate driving my car. It's literally the worst thing I have to do every day, and I have to do it a lot more these days, and it's disgusting. I love jumping on the 4, the 704, or whatever, or the City Line, which I took for the first time in a long time, and that was lovely, or the pickup. Not everyone has that ability to do so, which is why we also offer rideshare services and discounted at no-cost services for residents and those with disabilities to do so as well. These things all happen. Some seniors and those with disabilities disabilities don't have cars. They rely on these other social service programs to actually get around. And so making them pay for or have a parking spot in their house is just frankly bad science. Additionally, it does help reduce traffic and emissions over time. Building communities where people have more transportation choices supports climate goals and lowers greenhouse gas emissions. Many cities have already made this successful change and are en route to making this successful change across California and Los Angeles by reducing or eliminating parking minimums without experiencing this catastrophic opinion of like shortages in every way, shape, and form that sometimes opponents predict. And housing affordability requires addressing every cost driver. Removing parking minimums isn't the only solution to the housing crisis, but it is one of the most effective local actions to reduce costs and remove barriers to building homes. So at a time when California faces a severe housing shortage, we shouldn't be requiring individuals to build costly parking spaces that many residents don't need before they build the homes our communities desperately do need. I hear this from the residents in my own building and individuals who need it. That don't need it. And so these are my items. I plan on supporting it tonight. I have a feeling with the four of us up here, we might need to move this to another council meeting so our colleague can weigh in, Vice Mayor Hang. But I plan on supporting this item tonight and pushing it forward and getting this back into the business. My only complaint is that it took so long to come back to us. I believe I initiated this item back in May of last year. These things take time. I appreciate the dedication that you did, but these things hopefully can be more expeditiously pushed forward so that way we can help alleviate a lot of the general concerns. And state law itself is working sometimes and not sometimes in tandem with the work that we're doing because the state is ultimately changing these laws to address these concerns. And so we have to update and update and update. And so it is a moving target. So those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. Yeah, I looked at this item like it was a state law that we were implementing and went a little above and beyond to make consistent an entire map for our city. That consistent map of regulations will certainly help make more predictable the work of developing and planning in our city. So in that regard, this looks like something that we would do as a regular sort of update given to us by the state, just with a little bit of cleanup locally. I am really grateful for some of the points that Councilmember Meister raised, making sure that while we're seeking to create a more predictable, consistent, and transparent map for those who will seek to build in our city, that we're doing the same for those who are renting in our city. So I think it doesn't have to, for me, at least be a part of the zone text amendment, but rather something that we do to come back, making sure that we're clear on what language would go into a lease. I know the mayor and I are on the rent stabilization ad hoc committee, but that would only cover a certain amount of work in the city. So I think making sure that we are understanding that if people are moving into a building and they're not going to have parking available to them or how it will become available to them, that language feels really important and maybe something that this council can sign off on. The conversation around putting a cap on how we would charge for parking is certainly interesting, although I think as we're opening up parking to a true market conversation, there's some complications to that. I think it'll become something that landlords, building owners, property managers look to as a revenue stream. And so I think it's certainly appropriate that with regards to the affordability concerns we have, folks living on fixed incomes, or rent stabilization community, certainly, I think it is something appropriate to look at, but I'm just mindful of the way that we're opening up that can of worms. And I think in a bigger picture, the idea of studying the number of vacant units, maybe after some time, doing so right now may be complicated, but it is an interesting question because there will become parking spaces in buildings that may be underutilized or newly resourced to the community if they're able to be leased to different residents. Maybe tenants in those buildings don't use them, but there are parking spaces available, and just down the block, there's a building who has need. So I think it is appropriate that we would understand how much parking we have in the residential buildings and what is happening to that parking supply. I don't know at what time, I'll leave that to you all, planning staff, but it does create a really interesting conversation around the amount of new parking that will become available as residents start to understand the new regulations, and as these buildings are endeavoring to right size to the state law. So that's interesting to me as a future conversation. But as far as tonight's zone text amendment is concerned, I'm very much in support.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in here. I do support adopting the aspect of this ordinance that implements state law because we're required to do it. I don't support going further than that. I don't agree with some of the things that my colleagues have said. First of all, if buildings that are being built have so much extra parking, why is almost every area of West Hollywood a permit parking district? Because there isn't adequate parking for the residents who live here. And I think part of it is, as was mentioned, there are a lot of older buildings that were built with almost no parking. That's part of the reason why we have parking standards, and I disagree with the notion that these are arbitrary government requirements. They're requirements that are based on the number of bedrooms, the number of dwelling units. We don't just pick a random number out of the sky and establish that as the parking standard. The parking standard is based on estimation of the parking demand from a newly constructed residential building. I obviously am very supportive of affordable housing. I want us to create more housing for our residents, but it's got to be housing that people can actually enjoy and use. And removing all this parking, I think it's going to result in us becoming a city where a lot of people will not be able to live. We've already seen the Housing Corporation has an affordable building, which they had difficulty leasing because they had almost no parking for the building. And you would think people who are really low income and desperate for housing would say, okay, I'll take it. But many people have cars, and those cars are their lifeline to work. And whether you're upper income or low income, it's not realistic to think that everyone is going to be able to navigate Los Angeles without a car. So I do support what we have to do based on state law, but I don't support going further than that. I also agree with Councilmember Meister that there needs to be standards built in, regardless of how far we're going with this new no parking requirement. There needs to be disclosure requirements. There needs to be a cap on the amount that they can be rented for. I don't agree that we should prohibit residents from getting permit parking in some instances because circumstances change. I could move into a building with no car, lose my job, then get a new job that requires me to drive, and now I'm going to need parking. And if we've set it up so the person can't get a permit or doesn't have parking in the building, I don't think that's fair or appropriate for our new residents. I don't think we're going to be able to resolve all of this tonight, so we may have to maybe make some preliminary decisions about what we all agree on, what we don't agree on, and then defer action on this until our vice mayor gets back. Is there anything that is time sensitive tonight that has to be decided tonight?
No, we are already behind in implementing the state law. So, if we want to codify that into our code at a later date, that's okay. But we eventually want to get this into our code just to give developers and the community certainty about what's expected of them when they come and develop.
Okay, so maybe we can talk about, I heard some agreement that there need to be some additional things which admittedly you weren't asked to do. Some standards in terms of how much people can charge, notification for new tenants. Are we in agreement that we'd like to explore that?
Yes, and I don't know that it needs to come back as part of the ZTA if it takes more time, would be my concern, given that we're already past date. So if the ZTA as written could come back at the next council agenda, but some of that takes more time, I would be okay with that. I'm not speaking for the whole council.
I would agree.
Okay. the other issue is there agreement that we have to do what state law requires us to do? I think we don't have a choice, right? I understand you're not wanting to vote on it because the additional things that we'd like to include, but I think we can at least bring that back at our next meeting, and I believe that there will be a majority to support that. Maybe if you can bring it back next time with bifurcating those aspects that are mandated by state law and those that would expand this program more or less citywide.
Yes, we can definitely do that.
Okay. Are people comfortable with that?
That was, I'm going to remove my request to speak, Mayor,
Okay.
because that was what I was going to suggest.
All right. We're clear on what we're doing? Yeah. Okay. Well, I apologize that we weren't able to fully resolve this tonight, but you get the sense of where we're headed with that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to staff.
Thank you.
Oh, and we're closing the public hearing.
Yes.
Item C6 was continued. Item D1 was moved to consent. Item D2 is an ordinance that increases the compensation for city council members. Who's giving the report on that, Lauren or Melissa? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Melissa Crowder, City Clerk for the City of West Hollywood. State law allows the City Council to consider increases to their salary after every election. And typically we have brought an item forward around this time. So the last time we did it, it was in 2024 before that November election. And so we have an election November 3rd, and in anticipation of that, we are bringing this item forward. It allows for the maximum, which is 5% per year, for a total of 10%, an increase to the council compensation, bringing it to $1,897.27 per month, with additional benefits as outlined in the ordinance. And this would go into effect January 1st of 2027.
Great. Are there any questions for staff? I see that we have one speaker, Mike Nuttall.
Hi there, Mike Nuttall, Tri-West. I just wanted to say I saw this, and then I started to think about all of the work that all of you do and how often you take phone calls, you take emails, you're at events, you hold events in the park, and this is like a full-time job for all of you. And I think myself and so many other people see you out in the community all the time doing such hard work. I don't think this is enough. I think you're doing a full-time job, and I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you. That is our only speaker on this item. Any council discussion? Okay. The maximum is set by state law. We are not able to increase it beyond that. Councilmember Erickson? Oh, you made the motion. Okay, I'll second it. There's a motion and second. All those in favor? It's approved. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor got a raise without even being here. Jeez,
yeah, that's true. We will now move to item E1, the budget. And I see people moving forward. Onyx. Oh, and the city manager is
moving down,
demoting herself and going down back to her staff table days. Thank you, Jackie. And it looks like we have about 5 or 6 speakers on this. We had our study session a couple weeks ago. Council gave some input on some things that we wanted perhaps restored to the budget. There were requests for some other items. There was discussion of things that we might look at deleting. Jackie, do you want to give the overview or? Onyx.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I'm Jackie Rocco, the city manager, joined by Onyx Jones, our interim finance director, and Melissa Lindley, our budget officer. We're just going to go over just a brief overview of some of the direction that we received at the budget study session and present some options to consider for some items that we were directed to evaluate as part of the discussion that took place on May 18th. And with that, I will pass it over to Melissa Lindley.
Thank you, Jackie. Is that on? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, Melissa Lindley, Budget Officer. Thank you for having us this evening to provide an overview of the proposed 2027 and 2028 two-year operating budget and five-year capital improvement plan. The proposed budget reflects our commitment to maintaining fiscal stability while continuing to deliver the high-quality services residents, businesses, and visitors expect. We will review the current economic environment, budget priorities, major investments, capital planning, and the actions requested of Council. While the proposed budget is structurally balanced, the city continues to face a challenging economic environment. Some of the things we discussed at last month's budget study session include global uncertainty, economic uncertainty, inflationary pressures, and slower economic growth are affecting local governments throughout California. Two of the city's most significant revenue sources, transient occupancy tax and sales tax, are experiencing slower growth. International tourism remains, remains below historic levels, affecting hotel occupancy and lodging revenues. Consumers continue to face higher costs for everyday goods and services, which has impacted spending activity. And at the same time, city operating costs are increasing faster than revenues. Rising insurance premiums, labor costs, and construction costs continue to place pressure on the budget. Higher interest rates also make capital project financing more expensive. These conditions require us to remain disciplined and strategic in our budget planning. Despite economic challenges, the proposed budget remains aligned with City Council priorities. Investments continue in public safety programs that help maintain a safe community. The budget preserves funding for social services and programs supporting vulnerable populations. Housing stability remains a key focus through ongoing housing and tenant protection initiatives. Infrastructure investments support the maintenance and modernization of city assets. Technology modernization efforts improve efficiency, cybersecurity, and customer service. Climate initiatives support the city's sustainability goals and environmental leadership. And long-term strategic planning ensures that today's decisions support future financial stability. The FY27 budget includes $235.8 million in anticipated revenues across all funds and projected expenditures of $240.9 million across all funds. The general fund remains structurally balanced in both fiscal years, with revenues and expenditures of $170.6 million in FY27 and $177.7 million in FY28. The city's reserve policy is maintained at 35% of the general fund budget, preserving financial flexibility and emergency preparedness. The proposed budget focuses on maintaining core services while managing resources responsibly. Overall, the budget reflects a balance between current service demands and long-term fiscal sustainability. The general fund serves as the city's primary operating fund. It supports most municipal services, including public safety, recreation, planning, administration, and community programs. The following slides provide a closer look at the general fund revenues and expenditures. Understanding these trends is critical as we evaluate future financial sustainability. The city's revenue base remains diversified, helping reduce reliance on any single source. Major revenues include property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, business tax, and franchise fees. Revenues are projected to reach $170.6 million in FY27 and $177.7 million in FY28. Revenue growth is expected to be modest, projected at 2% in FY27 and 4% in FY28. Staff will continue to monitor revenue performance closely and adjust projections as needed. This chart illustrates the distribution of general fund revenues. Property tax continues to provide a stable and significant revenue source. Sales tax and hotel tax remain important contributors, but are experiencing slower growth. The city's diversified revenue portfolio helps mitigate economic fluctuations, and continued monitoring of these revenue trends will be essential throughout the budget cycle. Expenditures continue to be driven primarily by personnel costs and contractual services. Inflationary pressures are affecting many operating categories. Expenditures are projected to be $170.6 million in FY27 and $177.7 million in FY28. The budget prioritizes maintaining service levels while carefully managing expenditure growth. Staff continue to evaluate operational efficiencies and cost containment opportunities where appropriate. This chart illustrates how general fund resources are allocated across departments. Funding supports direct community services, public safety, infrastructure maintenance, and administrative functions. Department budgets reflect council priorities and operational needs. Resources have been allocated to ensure continued service delivery while maintaining fiscal responsibility. The proposed budget includes several targeted strategic investments. Approximately $700,000 is allocated to address rising insurance costs. About $570,000 supports legal services and increased operational demands. $550,000 is being invested in the new Transportation and Mobility Division to support multimodal transportation initiatives. About $550,000 is supporting recreation staffing to help continue to meet growing demand for programs. About $400,000 has been allocated for the 2028 Olympics planning. And $300,000 is being allocated for an infrastructure assessment to support the long-term assessment, long-term asset management, and capital planning for city facilities. These investments address both immediate operational needs and future planning objectives. A dedicated capital projects fund exists and is going to improve the transparency and long-term planning. The FY 2027 capital program totals approximately $18.1 million. In FY 28, $4.3 million, and in FY 29 through 31, about $4 million per year, for a total 5-year plan of $34 million across all funds. Priority has been given to projects that are fully funded and ready to proceed. And additionally, due to funding constraints, projects totaling $187.5 million have been identified as unfunded. Staff will continue to pursue grant opportunities and alternative funding sources to advance unfunded projects wherever feasible. The budget includes several targeted organizational enhancements. A new community and legislative affairs supervisor position will provide additional capacity and support to the city manager. The conversion of a vacant position of professional services support specialist to a human resources specialist will support recruitment of temporary positions, primarily for the Recreation Services Division. A senior financial management analyst position will provide support for the citywide budget development, implementation, and monitoring functions, including oversight of project accounting for capital projects and grants. 2 temporary positions will be extended for an additional year in the engineering department and the urban design studio. 2 vacant positions are not going to be budgeted, the deputy city manager and an arts coordinator position. And overall, the changes result in a modest net increase of about $58,000.
Excuse me, if your cell phone is playing TikTok videos or something, can you please shut it off? Thank you. During the budget study session, the council identified several areas for further discussion. Tonight's staff report provided a summary of the items, and attachment D to the staff report provided more details, including additional information from staff.
Any additions or enhancements that are to be considered this evening must be offset with corresponding reductions in order to maintain the balanced budget. This table includes the items the council expressed an interest in increasing funding for. It includes business support initiatives, marketing and economic development efforts, and expanded community programming. Staff is seeking clarification for each item on whether there is a consensus among the council to support the budget increases here, which would require corresponding budget reductions of $585,000.
I also wanted to, as part of these items that we're going to be evaluating, just add a couple of items that came up but were not, we were not able to include on this table. And one was a $28,000 increase to the Mishka Festival, as well as $10,000 for classical music night program. So those were just items that we're totaling $112,000 for the new fiscal year, but I just wanted to bring it up just as we're, having the conversation that those two additional items can be considered as part of the items that we're evaluating on this table. So a total of 9 items.
Thank you, Jackie. The next table here is part of the council discussion in the budget study session. The following items were identified as potential offsets or areas that council were interested in potentially making changes to. Okay. We can pause here and go through these 2 tables if you'd like.
Why don't we hear from the public speakers,
Okay.
and then we can come back and go through these line by line. And I also had the opportunity to meet with the city manager and try to figure out what council wanted and try to come up with something that would still result in a balanced budget, but still get council to support the various programs that council identified previously. Let's hear from the public, and then we'll get into council discussion. Anita Goswami is our first speaker, to be followed by Jay Handel, and then Susie Borlito, sorry.
Hi there, Anita Goswami, resident of West Hollywood. First, staff did a fantastic job putting together the budget materials. The big budget book, the supporting presentations, the analyses in the meeting agenda, everything is excellent. There's a lot of information available, and I appreciate the results from their hard work. So thank you to all of you. It was no surprises, it was wonderful. That said, I think we need mechanisms for better transparency on what's being spent and how much is left. It would be great to have a quick summary in the city manager report of where we are financially. That information would better inform council and the public before the spending is proposed, and definitely before any kind of contract or commitment is made. The register today, the demand register, was almost $13 million. Given the economic climate going forward, I ask that the city consider adding a line or 2 to that report. Basically, it's the check register. Here's what's in the bank. Here's what we've got in the budget. Here's what we're spending this much. This is what we've got left. And again, visibility so we know where we are on that budget. Lastly, discussion of unfunded projects and events. I think it still needs to be held. So I'm asking you to consider a quarterly review of those projects, perhaps a study session or a subcommittee study session that is just focused on where we are financially right now, and these are now the projects and what's coming up. Have an understanding of what has already been committed, and then we can do an update. So I suggest a quarterly update. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jay Handel, to be followed by Susie Borlito, and then Diane Forte.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Jay Handel. I am a partner owner in the Woods Cafe. I'm here tonight advocating to hopefully get you guys to relook at the 2% rebate for the cannabis stores. Right now, 33% of the cannabis stores are either in receivership, closed, or never open. Taking away this 2% will probably take another 2 or 3 into closing, quite frankly. So I understand it's a lot of money, but I also understand we generate over $1 million in taxes, okay? And it's probably about 1/3 of what the bars and restaurants generate for the city. So taking away this incentive for the businesses, quite frankly, is taking away sales tax. And if you're looking at a 2% decrease or more in sales tax, it's going to be worse because these people are not going to be able to survive. It's very clear. So it's just, I can't even tell you how important it is, especially when we look at something like, we're looking at about $700,000, $800,000 maybe in the 2%, and we're looking at a 2-week ice rink for $711,000. Where does that make sense? It just doesn't make sense. We generate income over and above what you're giving us back, yet you're going to have another year of an ice rink for $700,000? It seems like fiscally wrong to be doing it. I'm not against ice rinks, but to be perfectly honest with you, I am against losing a $10 million investment, and so are all the people that we represent in Emerald Village. I'm glad to see Emerald Village is back up on the potential board, because that also is important. Only 10% of my customers come from WeHo. The majority of my customers come from outside WeHo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Susie?
Mayor, I
Yeah.
wanted to just bring up another item that came up after the agenda was published, and it was the green program. I know several of you approached me with it. We have identified funding for the fiscal year 27 in the amount of $232,510, and I know there will be further discussion, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and I think that's what the next speakers are going to speak about. So Susie, to be followed by Diane Forte. Yeah, just come on up.
I think. Hi, Susie Borlito, you said it correctly. I'm the co-executive director of Sustainable Works. We're a nonprofit organization that has administered the West Hollywood Green Business Program since it launched in 2024. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask for your support in continuing funding for this program. The program is much more than a business assistance program. It is a direct implementation strategy of the city's climate action and adaptation plan, and one of the only programs that provides hands-on sustainability support directly to small and medium-sized local businesses. Neighboring West Side cities, Santa Monica, Culver City, Beverly Hills, all fund this program. Santa Monica since 2002, and Beverly Hills just joined the network last year to offer this program. We provide one-on-one technical assistance. We help businesses reduce energy, water use, divert waste from landfills. We help them access rebates, incentives, train employees, improve disaster preparedness, and help them achieve a verified green business certification. These are services many small businesses simply would not have the time, staffing, or expertise to pursue on their own. In the last 2 years, we've had 45 West Hollywood businesses have enrolled, 25 have achieved the certification, and nearly $28,000 in rebates and mini grants have been distributed to these businesses. The environmental results are significant. Together, annually, these businesses are reducing more than 1.58 million pounds of carbon emissions, 76,000 gallons of water, and 117,000 kilowatt hours of electricity, and diverting over 1.1 million pounds of waste from landfills. Beyond these environmental benefits, these programs help businesses save money, operate more efficiently, and build resilience during a time when many small businesses are struggling with rising costs. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Diane Forte, to be followed by Jonathan Wilson, then Ron Cortez and Steve Martin.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Jackie, thanks for that good news. Maybe I don't need to speak so much, but we're here to support the Green Business Certification Program. Southern California Edison has been a longtime funder, over 10 years since I've been working. I also formerly on the advisory board. And, can see firsthand what environmental leadership does with small business community and the savings that they do. So in terms of the budget itself, I don't know if you need to, exercise your right to remove it from the study session so that it's completely not funded, or, Jackie did mention we did get funding to the following year, but, to continue it or to disrupt it in the middle of it would stop the great leadership that West Hollywood has shown, and we'd like to continue the funding through the contract period that the nonprofit has signed. So thank you. It's so nice to see some of you in person. I was here for the public comments section. If you don't go too late, I'll come back. But thank you so much for your leadership, and appreciate your support for this great program. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Wilson, to be followed by Ron Cortez, and then Steve Martin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you again. My name is Jonathan Wilson. I am a resident and also a business owner here in the city. I own a small investment bank here in the city. One of the things that I don't know if you guys know about my background, but prior to actually having my own company, I actually worked with corporations in the Fortune 500 and Fortune 100. Many of those corporations had budgets significantly larger than $300 million, as you know. I personally managed divisional budgets and projects that were above $300 million, and I applaud the staff significantly for their efforts. The key is not how we actually vote today and how we manage this budget based on today's, or how we do today's budget, but how we manage the budget on a monthly basis and how we thoughtfully approve new capital projects and address budget changes. Right now, we're focused very much on, we're saying that we're focused very much on the businesses, yet we have $0 allocated to Eastside marketing. We have $100K towards cannabis. I understand we have the loss. We have $100K towards the Rainbow District and $100K towards We All Love Locals. I believe that we also have significant capital projects that we actually need to be rethinking. For example, the ice skating program and the Sunset Music Festival. I do support, on the other hand, some of the smaller budget items that we have increased a little bit of the budget, which is the LGBTQ Commission staff recommendation for the Rainbow Key Awards and the Social Justice Advisory Board recommendation for the Juneteenth event. With that said, I want to say thank you very much. I really hope that we continue to support our businesses and think about our businesses in lieu of some of these larger programs that are more social in nature. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ron Cortez, to be followed by Steve Martin.
Good evening. I'm Ron Cortez, longtime resident of the city of West Hollywood. Good evening, Mayor, past mayors, and current council members. I come to you on behalf of our city's LGBTQ+ Commission, and by unanimous vote at our June 11th meeting, I'd like to make the following public comment. Regarding council agenda item E1, the LGBTQ+ Commission recommends council to approve the budgeted special event Rainbow Key Awards at or above the fiscal year 2027 amount of $16,400, as outlined in E1 attachment C. Since its inception in 2023, the LGBTQ+ Commission has presented 3 annual Rainbow Key Awards, each showing marked and significant improvement over previous years. In 2024, we kept to tradition and delivered a much-awaited ceremony here at Council Chambers for 5 awardees chosen by our predecessor, LGAB, the Lesbian Gay Advisory Board. In 2025, our commission selected awardees whose contributions to the local and broader LGBTQ+ community proved significant during an intense social and political climate that threatened our trans and non-binary folks and queer youth, and that ironically coincided with the devastation caused by the Palisades and Altadena fires. The 2025 show utilized the auto court outside for arrivals, this council chambers for the ceremony, and live performance by an award-winning trans non-binary artist, and for the first time, a post-show reception on the Aquatic at 14 seconds. This year, the commission began planning many months in advance, taking a risk by moving the awards to the Pacific Design Center Silver Screen Theater, where we projected onto the big screen professionally edited short films about each of the 7 awardees. And our selection for awardees has had an impact, and I just have to cut to the end of my statement, which is our celebrity host.
Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you. We get the idea. Thank you. Steve Martin.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. And, you know, there's just a lot to be grateful in this budget. And, and it really demonstrates just years and years of hard work and fiscal. I think people take their fiscal responsibility seriously here. I think all of you do. But we always have some things. But I have to say, I remember when our budget was $70,000, and we thought that was a lot of money. So, you know, when we say, well, maybe we shouldn't spend on this or spend it on that, I mean, when I look back on it, it seems, well, I look back on it fondly because John and I were on the budget subcommittee for, I think, 8 or 9 years together. Just a couple of things. On the legislative affairs supervisor, I would like to have more transparency on and reports to the public on what we're doing in Sacramento, because it seems like we, the residents, are getting screwed. We don't know what's being lobbied. We don't know what's being lobbied against. And we're throwing money at these lobbyists, and we don't know whose side they're on. And it's difficult because the residents feel blindsided by a lot of these edicts coming down from Sacramento. And that's not what we asked for when we incorporated. And it's not also what we asked for when you got elected. Because you got elected because you said you were going to fight for us, not fight against us. You know, there's some things that maybe we can put off. I know there's been an additional $100,000 request for the Rainbow District. I would like to see that money not be appropriated and maybe focus more time on cleaning up the issues with the violence and the vendors up there on Saturday nights, because it's going to get to a point where spending money to promote it isn't going to make sense. And I also support what Jay Handel said about the 2% rebate. We've worked so hard on our cannabis industry to really get classy places that don't exist anywhere else. So I hope you can restore that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there citizen positions? Melissa, can we bring back on the screen, and then I'll sort of present what Jackie and I talked about previously. Okay, so here, just to clarify, where it says council discussion and proposed budget, the 100,000 is in the budget. Council proposed increasing it to 180, which is what the staff initially requested. So to do that, we would need another 80,000. For the Rainbow District marketing, we would need another 125,000. If we wanted to do the East Side marketing that was requested, that would be another 100,000. To do the cannabis marketing or rebate of some sort, we can figure that out later. It would increase from 100 to 250, so another 150,000. The Russian library was another 10,000. And then I had 2 other items that are on the next thing that really were discussions of adds to the budget, which was Mishka Festival and the Maysky Classical Night, which were combined and lumped together, separating them out with 10,000 for the Maysky event and 28,000 additional for the Mishka Festival. And if we did all of those seem to be what council talked about, that would require us to find 503,000. We had talked about reducing the overall council programs from 250 maybe down to 200, which would be still more than we did this year. And then There was a discussion of reducing the Sunset Strip Music Festival. Remember, we added sort of $1 million in case we got a great performer. If we deleted 453,000 from that, that would get all of those things done and still allow us to move forward with some kind of Sunset Strip music event. I know that a number of people spoke about the ice skating rink, but I believe we already have an agreement with JJLA for this year. But there is a private party who is coming forward to try to propose some kind of holiday activation that would include a ice rink that would not be funded by the city. So that would be something that could be explored for future years.
For future years, because if we were to cancel it, I mean, there will still be cancellation fees associated. But
So with that, I see Councilmember Erickson, you have your hand up, and then Councilmember Byers and Councilmember Meister.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you very much to all members of the public that came out and spoke, and to the staff for this very complicated, but I think very well thought out budget proposal. In regards to one of the public comments regarding the legislative report, the city of West Hollywood, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think Hernan's still here, right?
I don't see him.
But the city of West Hollywood has a legislative framework that's been adopted by the council, and a legislative report about what bills we are supporting, not supporting, because they fall into that type of scorecard, and any kind of more, in quotes, controversial, unquote, bill like we would have to vote on as a council if it existed outside of that framework, correct?
Correct.
And that's available to the public should they want it? And we've had regular updates on our council agendas, maybe not one most recently, but those things have been available to the public, if I'm not
I mean, if
mistaken.
we need to look at making it more
Sure.
accessible, we can
Yeah.
do that, but it is available.
I just see it always as like a capital improvements update that we always get. Having that type of update, I think, is really reasonable. Additionally, I don't know if I heard you say this, Mayor, but correct me if I'm wrong, but we did talk about combining all 30,000 awards ceremonies that our advisory boards and commissions have. Maybe it's just under 30,000, but there are quite a number of them. But I know that was a discussion at our previous meeting, and was that something the council wanted to talk about how that would present some type of cost savings benefit?
I think that, at least my understanding was that the budget subcommittee would continue to work on that and refine the item that Andy brought to us about whether to combine some of the boards and commissions, their events. So I think that's something that is still on the table, but we didn't want to include it as a budget savings right now until we figured out what we wanted to do.
Wonderful, thank you
But
very
one of
much.
the attachments has a set
Yeah.
of recommendations, so you at least can get some idea of
Okay.
what that would look like.
Okay, wonderful. And then I guess my biggest question is, and I do support this, but is there an appetite, Mayor, for the council to claw back that $1 million from the Sunset Strip Music Festival, that contingency, to then give us this flexibility you've opened? Because if we're all in agreement, I think we can make this a much easier conversation than not.
And we wouldn't, based on what council requested, we wouldn't even have to claw back the full $1 million. It would be about 453,000 is, I think, what we identified. Unless council tonight has additional things they would like to add.
I'm not interested in adding anything.
Okay.
For the record, I was just wondering, because I know we gave authority for, I think it was up to, or in whatever way that was, and I have spoken with the event producer, and I believe he's going to even operate within the framework without that contingency, which is great. So I think we can have that conversation about those dollars so people here can understand where we can come to that agreement. So good, it sounds like we're all in agreement for that, and those are all my questions and comments so far. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. Really grateful. I was doing some shorthanded math, and I'm really grateful for how much pre-work you did, Mayor, to get to this place where we can come into agreement. A few things I wanted to get clarity on. The chart in front of us has the cannabis marketing budget at $250,000, the proposed budget including $100,000. What I'm hearing is that we support going back up to the $250,000. my understanding is that that is separate from the 2% rebate, though. Those are two separate things. The marketing fund would be the Emerald Village Marketing Fund, and the 2% rebate, is that how we're funding that too?
No, my understanding with the city manager is that we would increase this to 250 and then come back at a subsequent meeting to decide whether that is going to go towards tax rebate or continued funding of Emerald Village.
If we are able to reduce the music festival by the total 1 million, we could do both tonight, though, correct?
I don't know the exact amount of the...
I know it's hard to predict a 2% rebate.
Yeah.
Let me just do some quick tallying.
Thank you.
And then the other question I had that would probably require some tallying, City Manager, you said that you had found or secured funding partially for the Green Business Program. That was something I wanted to ensure was funded in full. I hear you say for 1 year, so I presume we could come back after a year, but what I'm hearing is that program continuity is essential, so I would hope that we would be able to do it for both years if that's
Right,
possible.
for the second year, it would be 238,550 that we would need to identify.
And right now, I believe we have a contract for the next 2 years. So it is fully funded in this year's budget, but the understanding was that we would come back during the year and probably at the mid-year to try to ensure that we had the money for the second year.
Otherwise, presumably find other places to make cuts so
Exactly.
that essential contract isn't being cut. Okay. Yeah, I'll let the math play out, but I just want to reiterate support for the full 2% and full funding. And again, gratitude, Mayor. You really worked out a lot, and I'm really grateful for it.
Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, I had some thoughts. We have over 45 events that council members go to. Over 45 conferences.
Just 45?
Over 45. I think it's 46. And what I would suggest, I mean, I think locally, especially like, you know, the ones that are you're very active in, you know, on a regular basis, like the League of Cities and contract cities. You know, I don't have any issues with that, but I think we should consider that on ones that are out of state, especially, that we should appoint 1 or 2 council members to go, and then they come back and they report back. I think, first of all, it doesn't look great that 3 council members or more go because of the whole, you know, quorum situation, but I think, you know, we could save some money. You know, it may not be a ton of money, but we could save some money that, you know, if we had a policy that, you know, only 1 or 2 council members went to a specific event. I mean, there are enough events to go around, apparently, over 45 a year. So I think that that's something that should be considered. I'm also okay with reducing the amount that each council member gets for their, you know, their pet projects or whatever. And then definitely support limiting sponsored and co-sponsored events throughout the year. We have so many events, and on any given day, we could have 3 different events going on, and we don't even know which one to go to. It's like, you know, so I would suggest that. I did have a question about the IT request. Do you have that on there? The IT request, the funding request, and what was being requested and what is being funded? You know, if go ahead.
While you're looking for that, maybe the issue of events and travel to additional events, maybe that can be looked at by the subcommittee as well, along with co-sponsorships.
Yeah.
Are you referring to the attachment E or the capital program that
No,
was
I
presented?
think it's E. So I guess my question is the money being requested for security purposes? And I mean, my feeling is if it's for security, it's very important that we include that because, I mean, we've all gotten phishing requests, whatever. I mean, I think for a city for something to affect the security of the city's operations is something, and especially now, like where all these things are happening around the world, and we are more vulnerable, not only us, but cities around the country, that I would prefer to give what is needed if that's what that money is needed for, to improve our systems so that our systems are more secure and that our IT department is comfortable with the fact, that they have what they need to keep us safe.
Yes, I believe what you're referring to is the request in the capital section.
Okay.
And it is a part of the budget.
Okay.
But yes, thank you, because we also support that. It's very important.
Okay, all right, great. I just wanted to make sure about that and there were just so many attachments, so. And I think, and then regarding the sunset event, I agree that, considering, I think also we had a budget that was on the initial request, and then all of a sudden it became 500,000 more, then it became $1 million more, and then it became like, maybe we need even more than that. I think we should stick with the original budget. I have some thoughts about, we don't really have specific information on that event yet, like how much we need to close the streets and how much what we're expecting, like, is it all day? Is it just at night? Is it just an afternoon? I mean, I think some of my colleagues will remember that when Elton John played up on Sunset, it was kind of a impromptu concert that happened. It lasted just a couple of hours, but it was a major thing that happened, and I don't know what it cost, but I don't know that it cost $5 million. The other thing that we might want to consider is that if we keep it in a smaller space, maybe we can get our billboard companies to sign on to broadcast the concert across Sunset. And I think that could be amazing and cost efficient. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Wasn't the concert in where the Sunset Spectacular is? Isn't that where she was hoisted?
Well, it's where it was by
Sunset
Tower.
Tower.
It was Tower, but we could do something in our own parking lot, right? And people on the street, and limit the street closures and have this broader thing happening with the billboards companies.
Well, I will say that Elton and Lady Gaga did not charge us for their appearance when they were up on Sunset, so I'm sure that plays a role. And I think I see Cleo hearing our conversation. Let's not try to design the Sunset Strip Music Festival up here tonight. Let's ask staff to come back to us with an update as to where we're at with it.
Or give her a heart attack by saying Elton John and Lady Gaga
Yeah.
at the same time.
Yeah, why can't we get
a couple quick comments in the vein of events that we're sunsetting or doing away with? I noticed World Dog Day is something we're not going to continue a co-sponsorship with. I don't know to what extent that has been communicated, but I think that has been an event planned year after year by that organization in our park, and was sort of surprised to see that on the list right away. I'm certainly supportive of continuing it, should they be, especially for the low cost of $10,000 a year for the activation and promotion they bring to the city. But if there's maybe some other information I just don't have, just wanted to throw that out there. And then the last thing before I let you respond, and I promise I'm done on the budget, there was an item I had hoped to bring forward regarding enforcement of bike lane safety around parking, but I understand that our vehicles for parking enforcement need upgrading.
Correct.
So I imagine those are much bigger budget items, but I have lingering concerns about the timing of those sort of items, and just want to name that because I know we're investing in events and activations and business activity in that way, but want to make sure that we're also prioritizing safety concerns. I know the parking citations will be back as part of a study later this October, and so I think as part of all of that, I will continue to be thinking of that. Just wanted to name it. Thank you.
One of the recommendations in terms of consolidating some of the events is that As you know, we are focusing on these regional sporting events that are going to be taking up a lot of space at the park, and just the coordination of events. And what we're finding is that sometimes these events are happening back to back, or they're happening at the same time that other events are taking place, and they strain sort of the resources that we have and restoring the park after certain events. So we just looked, our teams, they looked more holistically to see some of the events that were not getting the kind of attendance, or where they're really so close together to other events that perhaps for the next year or so we need to pause some of these events, so that internally we can do a comprehensive evaluation and then come back to council with some solid recommendations, so that, to your point earlier, Councilmember Meister, like, what are the events that continue to be well attended, can be fully funded, do not interfere with other events that are already scheduled at the park and other areas of the city, and then we'll have something more substantive to discuss. And to your point about the fee schedules that we're evaluating, and some of the other items, we do need to come back with where we stand with that. And I think also one of the things that, in addition to this year for the first time having a budget study session, it's having a priority session at the beginning of the year, so January, so that we talk about what are the policy areas that we really want to focus on. So then that informs mid-year budget updates and subsequent budget years. So that will also help us have a more focused conversation going forward.
I just want to bring up one more thing, and that is on the capital projects. I know that you had the San Vicente project on there, and I think it's sort of misleading, because that project, when that project got approved, it was decided that we were not going to put any money towards that project, that the money that if there was grant money for that project, and the project is also, it would still have to go to the public to see what it would look like. I mean, it's not a fixed project, right? And my understanding is that there are grant applications out there that could possibly come in for that project. So I would hate to totally can that project when it's actually not costing us any money. What's the money that is being used for studies and for anything that happens in the future was already decided by this council that it would be, or previous council, that it would be grant money, not money that comes out of our general fund. So I just want to say that, because I hate to see that being totally taken off the charts. If grant money comes in, then I think we need to, I'd hate to see us throw away grant money that's for that project very specifically.
We've been looking at, not just this project, but just in general. If we have been trying for some time now and have not been successful in identifying grant funding, the challenge is how much more time is dedicated of staff to continue to work on a project that is not likely to be funded. So that's a serious conversation that we need to have about these projects. And also, I know there's a desire to activate some of these streets, but we have seen the impact of closing San Vicente between Santa Monica and Melrose for Pride and for Halloween, and how many more events are likely to take place that would utilize that. And then especially, and we know that the K line is some time away, but there's going to be a lot going on in that area. So it was just an evaluation and saying, is this realistic, or do we, really focus on some of the projects that we have a more realistic opportunity to get funding for, so that we can, again, having limited resources in terms of staffing, can have those dedicated to those projects.
Melissa, did you calculate the 2%?
So in terms of the cannabis rebate, the previous information that we had was that it was approximately $390,000 for 1 year. So I think it would be helpful to go through each of these items and
Correct.
then the list of things on attachment D that are not on here and see which ones that council supports so we can tally up the full cost.
Okay, so first, before we do that, I heard a couple of things that I want to make sure that we delegate to the budget subcommittee to continue to look at. I heard events, and by that I'm understanding Councilmember Meister to be talking about conferences where the council is traveling. And then also special events and co-sponsorship. Particularly, I heard World Dog Day as one that maybe we don't.
It sounds like they have a reason why this.
Okay, but that's something that can be brought up by the subcommittee and looked at. The discussion of combining some of the awards events from our boards and commissions, and then the San Vicente Sky Streetscape event, whether or not we should keep it or whether or not we should defer it, that can be something that I think can be deferred to the subcommittee and brought back at a later date for a budget discussion.
Yes, and was it on the next slide that you had? What Councilmember Meister had said that we weren't supposed to be spending any money on it, but what have we spent on the sky sanctuaries?
So the budget is currently, over the last fiscal years 23, 24, and 25, the combined budget was about $510,000. Of that, $285,000 was grant funds. I believe there's about $144,000 of grant funds that are not committed but not yet encumbered but not yet spent. But those are, the general fund portion has been spent. So the grant funds can't be repurposed for anything else. They need to continue.
Wait, how much was spent?
There's
You're
about
saying grant funds, general funds.
Sure.
How much of general funds was spent on the sky sanctuaries?
510
If you have it,
less 285. So
Because my understanding was
225.
So we spent $225,000 for a program for a dog that's not going to hunt, essentially.
225.
I personally think we should can the sky sanctuaries thing. I mean, or we should not be spending any more money on it. I mean, that was 3 years ago. I remember, Mayor, I serve on the subcommittee. I am a naysayer for the project. I just think it is a waste of dollars at this point, especially in a tight budgetary line item this year, but I'll leave that to a longer discussion when the vice mayor gets here. But I didn't think we were going to be spending that much money on the program from general funds. But anyways, because I look at the Black History Month program and I would like to make sure we're doing something for Black History Month and nothing's funded currently. Maybe that is something that could be done in collaboration with the lesbian, what's it?
The arts program.
The arts programming, but also the Social Justice Advisory Board, the LGBTQ Commission, and a cross-collaborative event that they could maybe put their minds together to do. But I want to make sure that we're not doing something for Black History Month in this city. I don't know how my colleagues feel, but maybe the boards could get creative and figure out something.
We are doing something, and it'll be coming out of the Arts Fund.
That is correct, and I don't.
It's part of our general arts funding.
Great. I just want to make sure the public is aware of that
Yeah.
then, because it just looks very glaring that there's a zero next to
Right.
it. So.
I think the thing that we need to clarify is that the arts funding for Black History Month was a one-time event in 2026. So we do have ongoing programming as part of June 19th. Sorry, I'm so
Juneteenth.
tired. To Juneteenth, I'm tired. And that funding has been increased, but we don't have an ongoing budget for Black History Month.
Yeah, so I'm saying in 2027, we have currently nothing programmed and nothing budgeted for that, which is what I'm focusing on.
However, Arts does do things within the WeHo Reads program and other.
Yeah, that's great. I just want to make sure that we can get an update at a later time, because I don't think this is the appropriate time, but I would love to know moving forward, before I vote to approve this budget, that there is something in mind for Black History Month in 2027, and whether that's Arts and everyone getting their brilliant brains together to figure what that looks like, right? Or Jackie telling the council what it is important for this community that we uplift the Black community and the work that we're doing in 2027. We already did it this year, I
And
understand.
sort of along the lines
Yes.
of your one-time
Yes.
event of 20
Yes.
grand. Okay.
And I'm happy to even take money of whatever slush fund pocket programs we have now, or whatever it is, I don't even know, right? And I'm happy to do it myself, but I think it's a city priority and it shouldn't just come from one of us.
Okay, so going back to going through all of these items line by line, just to clarify on the Sky Sanctuary, San Vicente, is there anything in this year's budget for that other than the grant funds that are restricted?
There is no new budget at this time. The cost would be really staff time working on the project, trying to seek additional grant funds.
Okay, so that'll be something that the subcommittee looks at and brings back with a recommendation. Let's go through the items. Is everyone comfortable with increasing WeHo Loves Locals from the 100 in the budget to the 180 that council requested?
Yes.
Rainbow District Marketing,
sorry.
increasing that 125,000. Okay. The East Side Marketing, putting 100,000 in. We're comfortable with that? Okay. Increasing cannabis marketing. Now, this is where I think we have some discussion. This was for marketing, which would be Emerald Village, but you're saying that to restore the 2%, that would be about 330.
390.
How much?
390,000.
390.
So the total I have on all of that right now, Mayor, is $700,000 or $745,000.
640.
On cannabis?
Sorry.
No, let's,
Total.
let's
Yeah.
just go through these one by one. Let's,
Okay, so the next thing on the list is Russian Library, 10,000.
Wait, we went too far.
we haven't
We
got.
have to get to cannabis.
All right. Well, there's some disagreement about cannabis.
Okay.
Let's hold that. Let's go through the ones where I think
All right.
there is agreement. Are we comfortable increasing the Russian Library?
Yes.
Okay. And the Black History Month, Jackie, you were saying that that's already part of the arts programming?
Well, but not to the degree of the 20,000 that was one-time funding by Councilmember.
And I'm not
Erickson.
suggesting 20,000, Mayor. I'm suggesting maybe it's 5,000 or whatever. I just making sure that the board, we could look at boards and commissions. I mean, I don't want to dedicate a dollar amount to it, but if they could come back to us
You
with
want us to come back?
something,
Okay.
I think
right.
within reason, and Jackie would know she's not supposed to spend $100,000 on it.
Okay, so that
or
can be
whatever.
another thing that the subcommittee looks at.
Yeah.
And I have that on my
All
list.
right, okay, are we comfortable with that? And then I think on the next page were the two items regarding Mishka, separating Mishka and Maysky, Classical Night. The allocation for Maysky was 10,000, pulling that out separately, and then increasing Mishka by 28,000. I mean, it's on the next page, but it's not on any of these. It was a discussion that I raised at the
Right.
council meeting about whether we were funding those appropriately. The Mishka Festival, the cost of the staging alone eats up most of the budget. So that's why I was recommending that. Very well attended this year, yeah.
And I do believe that there were sponsorships, though. Granted, I know Athens sponsored and others.
Yes.
So I would, I want to support the increase, but I also think that if sponsorships are available for that to make up that cost, I think that's a benefit. I mean, it was an amazingly attended event, and I thought it was amazing. But I think if we're looking at what events were increasing, decreasing, keeping neutral, it would be great to see if we could go back to some sponsors first and foremost, build, all the people to see if they could make up some of that cost.
And that was something that Jackie and I also talked about. We have the banner program on Sunset, we have the banner program on the arts, looking at whether we might be able to expand that for the Rainbow District, the East Side, also increasing sponsorship generally for a lot of our signature programs. Okay, so those were all agreements. Can we now go back to cannabis and see if,
Yes, just want to get a clarification. So you're saying the total increase to Mishka that you're proposing is 28,000?
yes,
'Cause
there's
classical
102 in there, and it would increase to 130, and then having a separate allocation for May Sky of 10,000. Right now, the 102 includes, I think, 10,000 for May Sky. And and Yvonne can tell you, I've been saying for the last 4 years, these should be separated out, because it doesn't make sense they're two separate events.
So the total budget currently in the FY27 is 112,000. It's 102 for Mishka and 10,000 for the classical music night.
Okay, so take the 10,000 out and then increase Mishka to 130. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So right now with, let's just go through the list, make sure we're all in agreement. WeHo Loves Locals, increase of 80,000. Rainbow District Marketing, an increase of 125,000. Eastside Marketing, an increase of 100,000. Russian Library, an increase of 10,000. Mishka Festival, an increase of 28,000. And then a reduction in revenues for a cannabis tax rebate of 390,000. So that brings our total to 733,000 that we need to find offsets for.
Okay, and we had talked about the possibility of reducing the council program's budget from 250 to 200, and then the rest of it would come from the Sunset Strip music contingency that was added.
So
I have a question, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So for the Rainbow District Marketing, you're saying to increase it by 125 to bring it to a total of 225, right?
Correct.
And then, but not the additional 100,000, that one will wait?
Yes.
Okay, so 0 on that. And then for cannabis, okay, we haven't completed the cannabis. But also for the Russian Library, there was a request for 12,500, but we've already budgeted 2,500.
Which is an increase of 10,000.
Right, so it's the 10,000
Yes.
increase, yeah. I'm just keeping track of the increases.
Okay.
Melissa's doing that.
Trying. I trust Excel. Okay, so we're at 733,000 right now.
Okay, but
So now, I just want to, the 50,000 out of the special council program funds, I just want to point you to attachment D, page 9, because the spending, that would bring it down to 200,000, but the spending over the last 2 years has exceeded that, so we just need to make sure everybody's comfortable that you can live within 200,000.
That's all out of the vice mayor's budget. So,
Yeah.
so we're good there. We're all agreed to make that decision.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And then, can we go back to the cannabis discussion?
Cannabis.
Because there was, and if you go back to the previous screen, there was a request to increase the marketing as well as restore the 2%. Are we saying that we want to do both, or do we want to defer exactly what we're going to do with this pool of money, either tax decrease or tax rebate or marketing, and have a broader discussion about that at a later date.
What was the 2026 budget for cannabis marketing?
250? 250.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head.
So we're not really increasing it, we're just saying to keep it the same as 2026.
Right. So if we're talking about 250 for Emerald Village and then 390 for the 2% rebate, then that's a total of 640. We had only budgeted 100,000 when we started. So we would need 540.
I will say that at some point, we're marketing the business and we're also giving the business tax rebates. And I know it's a new industry, but I feel like there's a little bit of unfairness in terms of our other businesses. So I would like us to have maybe a broader discussion of that. Maybe we put this amount in the budget, but then come back before we actually make determinations of what we're going to do moving forward.
Mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I want to support the 2% rebate that we were talking about, but at a certain time, I just don't see the payoff coming, because I think we are exactly doing what you're saying, is that we're paying for it, we're doing the rebates, we're marketing it, we're paying for a business improvement district by whatever name it is in the Emerald Village. And I'm not saying they're not doing good work, but the businesses themselves are not paying into or doing the work that should have happened within the Emerald Village to really make sure it takes off and they can be self-sustaining. And how many times are we going to kick that can down the road without actually having that? So I do support a larger conversation. I don't want to give Scott a heart attack tonight while he's watching this at home. But I do think that I can, in good faith, continue to invest in something that I just don't see the payoff coming, especially if the businesses themselves don't even want to invest in it in the way that I think they were originally supposed to, or are required to in accordance with the ordinance from the legacy businesses and that such. So that's just currently where I'm at on it, but happy to have a larger conversation.
Well, why don't we look at taking that rebate of 2% and splitting it between the marketing and going back to the businesses or something? You can consider that.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that's something that, again, the subcommittee should look at.
Yeah.
So that,
I don't think it's something we can negotiate tonight.
right,
But yeah.
right. I mean, I'm not necessarily, I think that rebate of 2%, which you say is approximately 390,000, I think that can be looked at as splitting that between marketing and rebate, as opposed to the, you know what I mean? So that it's not 600-something thousand, that maybe it's 500 or 400.
So are you
split
interested
between
in
the two.
allocating 250 now and then adding to the list of items to the budget subcommittee to evaluate the 2% and how
Yes.
that will, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
I'll
what
say
I'd
I'm
suggest.
supportive of it all tonight and will remain that way. I do think this is the period. We know that this was not going to go on forever. There's just no way it could. But in the next 2 years, we're garnering the biggest international draw possible. And I think the way that Emerald Village and the industry is positioned right now makes the most sense to invest in it. So I'm supportive of investing in full, with the idea that this would, of course, sunset, and we need to make sure that they're prepared for that eventuality.
Well, why don't we then go ahead and put it all in the budget, which is the 2% and the 250, we can come back to it, because if we take the $1 million contingency away from the Sunset Strip, we will have enough money to cover all of these things.
Yeah, because we're close to the $1 million mark.
Yeah.
Right now just feels like that time to invest in what is proven and working, and I appreciate the idea that the Sunset Music Festival can be the reason we're able to do that.
So,
And the cannabis marketing has made us, a city, do better than the state overall. So there's obviously something that's being done right.
okay.
Okay.
And are we ready now? I think we've reached an agreement. Do you have an amendment to the resolution for us to?
To read into the record. Yeah, read it to the record.
Okay. So the resolution will be modified to include an additional $80,000 for Rainbow District marketing. I'm sorry, let me stop. $80,000 for WeHo Loves Locals, $125,000 for Rainbow District marketing, $100,000 for East Side marketing, $150,000 for cannabis marketing, $10,000 for the Russian Library, and that is a grant agreement that needs to be executed, so we'll need to deal with that. $28,000 for the Mishka Festival, a reduction in revenues of $390,000 for extension of the cannabis 2% tax rebate.
You missed 10,000 for May Sky.
Yeah.
That's already in the current budget, so for the classical music night.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Okay. So that is a total net increase of $883,000, and it's going to be offset by $1 million reduction to the Sunset Music Festival and $50,000 to special council programs. Those are both, the Sunset Music Festival is an FY26 budget, so everything that we're doing is would be for one-time allocations, and any future changes would have to be addressed, or future years would have to be addressed separately.
Okay, and that's something that the budget subcommittee will work on to do.
Real quick, Mayor.
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate to Jackie and I think my colleagues is that I still remain very concerned about the music festival. I understand I'm going to support the budget tonight and I intend to whenever someone makes a motion, because I think that was a good way for us to figure out how to do everything. But I believe it was a member of the public or someone said like that stuff needs to be out like 4 weeks ago. So I don't know what's going on, but and I trust the producer, but it's October 16th from what I'm understanding, right? And I don't know what I'll be doing on October 16th. I think a lot of people don't know, but to have a festival that is going to, in quotes, save the Sunset Strip is already quite far behind, right? And so, Jackie, I hope that you reiterate to our amazing special events team, who I know is also stressing about that, and Halloween, 14 days or 15 days later. And I know they will do a great job, but I really would like to eat my words. I want the mayor and the vice mayor and everyone to come say, see, John, we told you, but like, I don't know if that's going to happen. And they need to start marketing this thing tomorrow. And I hope the city really implores and takes that seriously, because it's $4+ million out of our general reserves, 2/3 of the social services program that we just went and took over, right? So I want to be able to look the public in the face and say it was money well spent. And I implore the Sunset Strip business community to get involved and invest in this festival. Because if they expect JJLA, who does an incredible job and brought in millions and millions of dollars in future TOT and everything from this past weekend, to carry that load and for us to carry that load when all they do is come to us and have very vocal opinions about things, then, I'm going to be quite disappointed. So I really expect, and I hope the Sunset Strip business community hears that, get involved right now and make this thing successful. Because if you don't, then it's going to be a larger conversation.
And I'd like to see the billboard companies as well.
I included them in like all the businesses on Sunset Strip, billboards, you name it, everyone needs this thing to be successful. Because when it's popping up there, and I've been there, we were there when Lincoln Park was there, it's popping, right? But I want to make sure we all really invest in this time.
All right, are we prepared to make a motion to approve the budget with an understanding that there's going to be some revisions to the subsequent year budget? There's a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, could I just recommend
Yes.
some language to add to the motion, just to clarify that it includes the changes that Melissa read into the record and any minor clerical corrections needed to implement those changes in case there's other places where we need to make minor corrections.
Yes, such as grant agreements, et cetera. Yes.
And,
So that seems like that's the motion. Melissa?
and I just want to clarify with Lauren that I will have to revise the numbers and the attachment to the budget resolution in accordance with these, and that's.
Yes,
this motion
do you have specific
does
enough
that.
direction to do
Okay,
that?
Perfect, thank you. No, we don't. Yeah.
Is this coming back to us at our June meeting? Because we do have an end of June. No, the end of June meeting. We have another June meeting.
I think we're just trying to clarify that we can make those edits to and approve the resolution with those changes incorporated tonight so that we don't have to come back to the next meeting.
Correct, and so my language gave you the ability to make any minor technical corrections that are needed to implement those changes.
Thank you.
Okay. So everyone's clear on the motion. The motion includes what Melissa read into the record, along with the city attorney's addition that staff has the authority to make minor adjustments and revisions to everything in the budget document. All right. I think we have a motion and a second. Something we're missing. I see panic looks from Onyx and Melissa and the other Melissa.
Yes, I'm sorry. I think we need the city clerk possibly to read each of the motion. There are separate motions we're voting on this evening.
Yes.
So there's a motion on the floor to adopt the resolution as amended by both the budget officer and the city attorney. There's the recommendation number 2 is to adopt the department and capital work plans in the 2-year operating budget and capital work plan, and approve the list of pre-approved organizations and events for city council members to attend at the city's expense in alignment with AB 1234, and approve the list of budgeted special events, approve and or deny any budget requests identified during the budget study session, which we went through. I gotta pull because I can't see the rest of this. Give me one. And approve the fiscal year 2026 citywide salary schedule reflecting all city positions and associated salaries to meet the California Public Employees Retirement System requirements of Government Code Section 20636B1 and California Code of Regulations Section 570.5.
And I'm assuming that that motion included all of those. Is that correct? All right, and the second
Yes.
agrees?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, now I think we are prepared to vote, which we already did, and we now have approved our budget. Thank you, everyone, for your input and your patience tonight. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we just have a few items left, so we'll be back.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. No, I need this scintillating council meeting. If we can lure the city manager back to the dais. Thank you, everyone. I think that we have just 3 items. Our next one is F4. Are you ready, Melissa? Yeah, okay, F4, and do we need a lengthy staff report? No. Do you want to just give us a brief idea of what is before us tonight? And I had a couple of questions.
Certainly, Mayor, Council, Nick Marisich, Director of Community Development, Adria Stauber from our long-range planning team will give a brief overview.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, and members of the public. This item is the Community Land Trust Feasibility Study and Potential Pilot Strategy. So I'll kind of go through it pretty briefly. Initially, why this matters, some of the findings, and then the ultimate recommended direction. So first of all, West Hollywood is primarily a renter community. The study found that ownership opportunities are limited, with median condo prices well above what many households can afford, and also a modest for-sale pipeline. A CLT is being evaluated as one potential tool to create permanently affordable home ownership opportunities. So the consultants did a feasibility study where they modeled a 30-unit condominium project on city-owned land serving households at 80 to 120% AMI. But even with the favorable land assumption, the project showed an estimated $6 million gap, or about $202,000 per unit before additional subsidy was added. Ultimately, the base case is infeasible without this additional subsidy, but a pilot may be viable if an adequate site, mission-aligned partner, layered funding, and buyer assistance all align. So the study ultimately recommended partnering with an existing CLT rather than creating a new city-sponsored CLT at this time. This significantly reduces startup risk while allowing the city to retain funding and policy oversight through negotiated agreements. A new city CLT would be a future alternative. So ultimately, staff recommends that this council receive and file the study, direct staff to a partnership-first implementation strategy, engage existing CLTs and mission-aligned development partners, and continue monitoring available funding opportunities. Lastly, to authorize the city manager or designee to apply for appropriate grants, with any agreements or funding commitments returning to council for consideration. Lastly, I did want to note that tonight does not authorize creating a city CLT, committing city funds, approving a site or specific project, or proceeding without the aforementioned partner capacity, feasible site funding strategy, and governance framework. That concludes the presentation. Also, we do have a consultant from HRNA, Judith Taylor, for any technical questions.
Great. Are there any questions? I had one comment and maybe a question or comment. One is a comment. Are there speakers? Okay. We'll get to you in a minute, Anita. One comment is the report. There were a number of photographs that appeared to represent West Hollywood, but I think they're actually representing the hills above West Hollywood. So if we're actually going to issue this as a report, we might want to switch those photos out. The second more substantive question is, looking at the analysis, I think it focused on the cost of a median, focusing on median income and then a medium-priced condo or medium-priced purchase. And what I didn't understand is why the focus on a medium-priced condominium. Most people who would be buying their first home would not be buying the median price. They would be buying more likely a starter or lower income because there are condos currently that are available in West Hollywood for 500,000, 550,000. So that to me seemed like a flaw in the study. Your ultimate conclusions I agreed with, and I support the recommendation, but I just had that question about the study, and I don't know if anyone is available to answer that. While you're thinking about that, and while they're thinking about who's best to answer that, let's take our public comment, and then I'll come back to you. How's that? Yes, Anita Goswami.
Hi, Anita Goswami, long-term West Hollywood resident. 2 points. Number one, the West Side City's Council of Governments just voted to create a housing trust. Yes, Chelsea, it's great. How does that fit into this effort by West Hollywood? Because in this era of scarce financial resources, number one, I'd expect duplication to be reduced, because how are they going to work together? I don't know. I am just posing that question. Whenever we're looking at municipal funding going on for this, then what's going on with the other organizations that are pursuing the same type of objective, which is let's look at increasing housing, and especially increasing housing for the, at a much lower price point. Secondly, I know COGS had reviewed their monies from La Casa. Their housing trust would support building encouraged by SB 79. Chelsea, you'll remember this comment. I urge West Hollywood to consider incentives to use public transportation rather than punishing people who need their cars, because we know there's several empty buildings where those who need that affordable housing, they need their cars the most to get to their jobs and commitments. So whatever you're putting money into, if you are going to fund any kind of housing, consider that parking associated, consider how will the people actually move about and do their work, get to their work, get to their places. So those are really the two things that I'm asking. Thank you so much.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Let's go back to staff, and then we can quickly wrap this up.
The consultant should be able to answer your question. She's virtually available.
Oh, okay.
Evening, council members. My name is Judith Taylor. I'm with HR&A Advisors, and we help to support the CLT analysis. I understood that there was a question about the comparison of the affordability to a median condo available in West Hollywood. We typically do look at that median home price. It basically does mean 50% of properties sold, were higher than that, and 50% were lower. We do, we would expect that folks who are looking to purchase would be looking to purchase at the lower end. But nonetheless, there is a significant gap between that, median home sale price, which was approximately $890,000 for a median condo, and what folks could afford, which was approximately $404,000. And so it's a substantial difference. And, even at, I know somebody just mentioned $550,000, there's still a bit of a gap there. And so we were looking to a CLT to provide for sale affordable options for a variety of different incomes. And then one of the residents also asked a question about how this would work with other CLTs. There are other CLTs, and in terms of this particular process, rather than the City of West Hollywood creating its own CLT, we're actually advocating that they partner, particularly with an existing CLT and potentially an affordable housing developer to actually construct new units that would be for sale. And hopefully that helps to answer your questions.
That answered my question. Thank you, Judith, for answering and for all the work you do for our city. Thank you. I don't know if there are no further questions. I'd entertain a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
And Mayor, if I can
Yeah.
just respond quickly to what Anita raised. She mentioned the West Side COGS creation of a housing trust. That'll come to a future council agenda here for our city to opt into or choose not to do so. But your idea is correct, Anita, that the trust that is being set up and that is now receiving funds from La Casa, those funds could be allocated to any number of any of the participating cities' different housing goals, including, in the case as we're about to do, set up a community land trust and help finance that. So it's great thinking. Thank you, Mayor.
So there is a motion and a second to approve the recommendation. And it is approved. Thank you, everyone, for your work on this. Our next item is item F6.
This was an item I brought forward.
Yes.
The idea here is to evaluate and potentially approve potential modifications to our arts and advertising program and special events permits. So I had learned that there are a number of property owners who would like to differently activate their property, leveraging advertisement. We also know that this policy is currently restricted to Sunset. So both on Sunset and many of the vacant large parcels that may be vacant for a long period of time due to whatever sort of situation that property owner may be in, we could differently and more for a more longer period of time activate them by leveraging the advertisement that's available. Things like dog parks, pumpkin patches, ice skating rinks themselves. But we could also not just be limited to Sunset with this ability to leverage advertising differently. We could see this happen in the very many different parks. I've heard already that Santa Monica, because of their policies, is able to leverage the ice rink that they have is paid for by Netflix each year. So instead of the city investing its $700,000 a year into an ice rink, they have a policy that allows them to have a private company bring those sort of fun pop-up activations to the community just because they're allowing the advertisement to happen in different places. So this policy was just looking at where and for how much longer we would consider as a city allowing for advertisement to be a mechanism to create activations, things that the public can engage in, things even including music festivals. We know that when we have more private participation and opportunity available, the public could benefit from that so long as we control it, which I know is why this advertisement program was created in its instance. But in hearing about the very many opportunities we may be missing out on, I wanted to bring it to the council for consideration.
Do we have any speakers on this item? No.
No, Mayor, we do not.
I like the idea of exploring it, and as you've explained it, there's some community benefit. So with our advertising program, we get resources, so we get some public benefit. And I like the idea of allowing these things to occur with a public benefit. One of the things I'm concerned about are our vacant properties on Sunset and maybe actually rewarding them by allowing advertising that gives them revenue, doesn't give us any, and in a sense, they're continuing to get revenue off of a property that should be developed. So I don't want to incentivize that, but I'm all in favor of exploring this. Are there other comments? Yeah, Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, the concerns I had about it were the environmental impacts. You know, we have a program, excuse me, an EIR that was done for the number of signs that we had, and if we're talking about, I don't know if you're talking about digital signs or how big the signs would be, I just want to make sure that they don't impact residents where this is going to be something that they're going to be not wanting.
Yeah, this is not more digital billboards. That's not this item. I imagine this being things like wrapping, the walls of the ice rink with an advertisement so that is the way that the resource is generated. The financial mechanism is paid for because the advertisement exists that way, not digital. So I appreciate your idea around EIRs. I don't think that this is going to rise to that level of environmental impact. It's certainly not meant to unleash more digital billboards in the park just for temporary activations. Rather, look at the way we can more strategically activate underutilized space or leverage some bigger public programming like the festivals we want to host, like the ice rink, with a private partnership instead of the public dollars we've been investing into it.
And that certainly would work for Pride as well.
There's a lot of opportunity, I think, with it.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, we'll go ahead. There's a motion and a second. We can go ahead and vote on this. And the item is approved. Thank you for bringing this forward. And our last item, I believe, is item F8, and that is Councilmember Meisters.
Yes, so the item is to increase affordable housing opportunities by regulating storage space and other amenities in new developments. The item directs staff to evaluate zoning amendments that would prevent developers from using oversized storage or amenity spaces as a loophole to later create market rate ADUs while avoiding affordable housing requirements. The proposal seeks to ensure that spaces labeled as storage or amenities are genuinely intended for those purposes and to explore state legislative changes that would preserve affordable housing opportunities when such conversions occur. I just want to address some of the things that I saw in public comment. So this is not a proposal to restrict ADUs. The item does not prohibit ADUs or existing state ADU rights. It only asks staff to study whether some projects are intentionally designed to circumvent inclusionary housing requirements and to recommend appropriate solutions. So what we have seen coming to Planning Commission are new development projects with all of a sudden space on the fifth floor that they're saying is for storage, which would make no sense to have storage on the fifth floor of an apartment building. And then and it's actually come out, the truth comes out, and that they're planning to convert those to ADUs once the project is already built and they've already gotten their entitlements to and the number of affordable units that they had to build based on the previous number of units. So this is really just to prevent abuse, not to reduce housing production. The intent is to close a loophole that may reduce affordable housing applications while allowing the city to support overall housing creation. And staff is directed to evaluate options that maximize housing opportunities, including affordable units. And obviously, any future regulations would have to be carefully reviewed for consistency with state law. And let's see what else. Hopefully, staff will consider options such as affordability, true-ups, or legislative advocacy to address situations where unit counts increase after project approval rather than broadly limiting future housing flexibility. The other thing I just wanted to add, we had some examples of what we might be able to do in terms of regulating. One thing I think we need to do, regardless of where this goes in particular, I think we need to ask staff to come up with a definition of current or existing housing or development, because I think what's happening is because they built the project, they say, well, now it's existing, but really it's a new development. And so we need to be very clear about what current development or what existing housing means. And we don't have that in our code right now.
We do have one speaker and some citizen position slips. Let's hear from our speaker, Anita Goswami.
Hi, everyone. I am Anita Goswami. I love my city. That's why I'm here. A longtime resident of West Hollywood. So 2 points here. I'm really pleased to see this item because it would close a bad loophole in the zoning. This was most blatant with the storage units with a view and the balconies on the 5th and 6th floor of the 948 Hayworth project, which I raised at Planning Commission in February. The applicant proposed 12 units on the architectural plans, while the fire life safety plans showed 15 units. So the city and renters lost out on another affordable unit. I also saw a few thousand feet of amenity space on the Shoreham project last month. So this is really going on a lot. Using storage and amenity spaces to reduce the number of affordable units on the initial permitting, to me, seems to be a deliberate strategy. So again, I'm glad the loophole's being closed. Second point, there was a contract with a housing workshop from March, because that was where I submitted public comment on the contract, including the actual screen captures from the 948 Hayworth plans. And item 4 in that work is further study of conversion of non-habitable spaces, e.g. storage or parking areas, to habitable units, including potential in lieu fee applicability. It would include a technical review of city ordinances by staff to ensure that conversions of space to market rate multifamily residential uses are covered. So that's in the contract that was approved in March with the housing workshop. My comment on this is simply to consider having staff go back to that contract and incorporate some of that information, because I think there's a lot of synergy around that. So just wanted to bring that to your attention, because closing this loophole would give the city and the people who need it that justly required number of just units, less expensive houses that they can afford. So that would be a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And Melissa, there were some position slips.
Yes, Mayor, we have one citizen position slip from Kyle Brazil in support of the item.
Okay, great. Council discussion.
Sure, I'm happy to get started. Yeah, this is definitely an interesting and curious phenomenon that's popping up. And loopholes, it seems, created by a number of different realms of policy. So I really appreciate the discussion bringing this forward. It seems to me that in this scenario, the outcome is that we're gaining the number of housing units that were meant to be there. It's not that these buildings are losing the storage or not getting something and the housing's not being built. The housing will be built eventually, but it's the concern we have that it's not the affordable housing that would otherwise have fallen under our inclusionary zoning policy. And to me, this raises a couple of concerns and flags. One, that the developer has found a pathway of least resistance, a pathway that allows for them to build within, the sort of formula that they have intended. We know that building the affordable housing increases or changes that formula that they have to work with. And to me, that comes back to the discussion we had during the inclusionary housing ordinance discussion about shifting that policy to a more predictable and guaranteed way of creating affordable housing, which is funding it. We right now are telling developers that they have to follow this formula, but they're able to find loopholes out of it. And we as a city are losing out on the affordability because we're not guaranteeing it by funding that affordability and creating a pathway of predictability and guarantee that we're getting those units because they will be funded and financed by us as a city. That there is a loophole and a pathway of least resistance for the developer makes sense to me. They are working in complicated funding formulas that are trying to pencil out while dynamics are changing over the course of time. We as a city would get the best guarantee that we're funding and creating affordable units if we fund them. So I can appreciate the ability for staff to look at ways to ensure that that's happening, but to me, the way that we do that is funding them through a funded inclusionary housing policy. So I'm not sure what sort of advocacy our city would be impactful at creating at the state level, although I'm of course interested, but more so in how we as a city keep within our own control the ability to create affordable units. And in these specific scenarios, I'm curious and wonder that if we had funded that and made it possible that these developers wouldn't have found a pathway out of it, they would have had a guaranteed financing mechanism that would contribute to their overall total cost of the project, and they would be, that would be part of their pathway towards development. Without it, it makes sense to me that they're gonna find that path of least resistance. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I certainly want to see as much affordable housing as possible, which is again why I want to bring that back into our control. So those are the first thoughts that come to mind on this item for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson?
I have no comments.
Okay. I support this item. I think that developers are always trying to do what they're supposed to be doing, which is to maximize their profit. That's why they're in business, and instead of thinking of us funding the inclusionary units, they're trying to essentially game the system here by having a proposal that doesn't include the full number of units that they actually want to build. They're trying to propose something that will have less units and more storage space, and then after the fact, convert that storage space to occupiable units, and they're doing that to maximize their profit by avoiding the inclusionary requirements that we have. So this to me is completely contrary to what state law was envisioning. State law envisioned that there was an existing building that was already built and somebody could add an ADU to it. What developers are now doing are proposing a new building and not including the full number of units that they want to build. And then even before they built the units, coming back and saying, now we want to apply for an ADU. That seems contrary to the intent of the legislature, and it should be something that the state legislature should fix. The intention was never that a new development that was being proposed could be proposed and then immediately thereafter add ADUs to it. If they're coming forward and they want to build 15 units, that should be their proposal. And they should be subject to the inclusionary policies and all other policies. Otherwise, we're just rewarding them for gaming the system. So I know that the item before us tonight is really to direct staff to explore and to come back with recommendations for a zone text amendment. I would add to it that it isn't just storage space, it's parking spaces as well, where they're proposing a project with 10 parking spaces and then coming back right away and saying, we're going to convert that parking space to an ADU. We shouldn't be allowing them to do that. That wasn't the intent of state law.
And that's really the point about having a better definition for existing or current in our codes. So that way we're very clear, you know, when you're talking about an existing building, it's a building that's been there for a number of years and they have maybe like the parking under the building and they say they want to build an ADU. It's very different from just doing the project and they're being disingenuous about it, and it's just feels like a bait and switch. So hopefully this would help to close that loophole.
I said I have no comments, but you know, ta-da.
I triggered you.
Yeah, you did. Thank you. Very triggering. But no, I'm looking forward to seeing what this brings about in the study, and I think any definition that can be cleaner and clearer for the guidance is helpful, and then see what that comes back for affordability and development at the end of the day for a larger conversation.
You know, you inspired it. Remember, you said, "I want to see more affordable units." And
I
like,
remember
wait a
when you
minute.
said we're doing that. You were doing that item.
And we might also need to ask our state legislators to clarify whether this is something that they intended as part of the ADU law and some of the other laws that they have. All right.
You might know a guy in a few months.
Yeah. All right. There's a motion to approve. There's a second. And this is just direction to study. I think we can vote. Yay. All right. It is approved. Thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you to the public speaker. We have amazingly come to the end of our agenda tonight. We do have some additional public comment, and again, I apologize that we didn't get to all of you at the beginning, but of course we had to get through our budget tonight. So thank you for your patience. I see Z. Spazano. Is Z. Spazano here? David Nash, to be followed by Anthony Mills, Lynn, etc.
Thank you, Mayor Heilman and council members. My name is David Nash. I've lived in West Hollywood for 27 years, but I see the issues of accessibility continually. I was lucky enough to have an offer to ride in the Gay Pride Parade, and I was on a flatbed truck that was greatly raised, and if other members of the board that I'm on were there, like Annie Simonko or Yola Doré, I don't know how they would have been lifted up to that platform. It's just not accessible. And Yola tells me that in the past there were accessibility features available, either some sort of elevator lift or another means of getting them up there accessibly. But it was not accessible this year, and I hope that will change in the future. I have a big issue with Public Works and the way they manage the sidewalk dips at the corners, especially up at this intersection here at San Vicente and Santa Monica. The crosswalks are wider than the dip to get up them. And in some places, there are no red markings, which should go, in my opinion, down to where the curb line flattens out and meets the streets. It shouldn't end 1.5 feet or 2 feet before, because if you ride up to them on a wheelchair and you miss the flat area, you get a very nasty wonk and are stopped dead. It's just not right. And there's been a slowness in putting the yellow caps in, which there is one of on that intersection. One of the 4 corners has one. The others don't. I don't know why we're so slow in adding those to major intersections. The formula for doing them only when the property is remodeled just doesn't work, doesn't catch up with the need. Was that my 2 minutes?
Yeah, it was.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
David. Anthony Mills, I don't see him. Lynn, et cetera, to be followed by Shane Kui Hee.
Lynn, et cetera, West Hollywood resident. First, congratulations to John Erickson. It's nice to see someone who has walked the walk of being an activist for decades acknowledged. More politics later. I have way more important to report. Quixote Studios, as in Don Quixote, a national business, is downsizing. They have shuttered their huge studio lot at 1011 North Fuller, although keeping some storage, which goes from the parking lot of Smart and Final to the Pone Sierra Park open field. Please, and I'm begging you, can you, our council members, contact them and ask what they would sell it for? Say yes and put it in a bond proposition, hopefully for this November election. One of the major reasons to acquire this is I've been living next door to Plummer Park since 1984. I can't count the amount of times I've checked out an event that the attendance was awful, no parking. Quixote Studios' huge lot can be an overflow Plummer Park parking. It's a half a block away, and a possible Fountain Bike Avenue parking lot and ride route. An East Side swimming pool and a West Hollywood community development apartment building could be built here. That a pool could be built that would be used for the Fairfax Jewish neighborhood. How cool would that be? A bond would pass hugely. I beg you to walk that block and see how huge that lot is. I think it's almost as huge as the Movie Town Plaza was. The things that could be built there. Child care, kindergartens, all sorts of things. And will we ever get this opportunity again? So thank you.
Thank you. John O'Brien, to be followed by Yvette Ilam.
Shane asked me to go first, which I appreciate. At the recent Pride event, my group, Out Against War, was again denied a booth. And because we're against war, and it was a political decision by the council members and the city to support Israel and the Shah Pahlavis and have the go with it. So fine. My issue isn't what the city wants to support. My issue is what you didn't support. as an original Stonewall Rebellion participant, who was one of the 4 who used a parking meter on that bar to get to the police. And then I founded the Gay Liberation Front and was one of the first 4 Pride organizers who did that. What happened when I set up a tent was I was approached by 6 armed West Hollywood Sheriff's Department more than once, who threatened me that if we didn't take the tent down, I would be arrested. I told them, you can arrest me, but you have to carry me out in front of the crowd, which already was angry at the sheriffs. And they tried twice during the day, but there was more than that. The reason I needed a tent covering, and the reason I needed tables, because in October, my longtime companion of over 52 years died. And when I tried to pick him off the floor, I got a spinal fractured injury. I'm wearing this here because, so I'm elderly and disabled, and the city council, instead of just respecting my right to be there, all I did was give out a flyer about Donald Trump trying to remove democracy of the elections, in October, instituting the Insurrection Act, and then organizing the community about that. That's what the flyer, the only thing I give out. Not looking for any money, not anything for it. But instead, what I got was that. So the city sponsored, instead, Jeff Bezos, Amazon, as a sponsor for the Pride thing. They had booths for McDonald's, which funds Trump, and they had a booth for the KTLA owner who lives in Texas and is a big supporter of Trump. And he is he's the National Association of and he's in progress with Ellison to remove all the public media, to have Trump own that and take away our public media in this country.
Thank you, John. Your time is expired.
I asked the city, 1, I want an apology,
Shane.
and 2, they fined me and they gave me a
John,
certificate
your
to
time
appear in-
has expired. No, you don't get to do that. Your time is. Yes, Shane, if you want to come, please come forward. And that Yvette Ilam will be next.
And if you don't give me an apology, I'll have my lawyers because you violated my free speech and free assembly rights. Okay?
Thanks for the opportunity to address you. I'm a member of Out Against War, which, as John said, was actually formed in West Hollywood, in Plummer Park, and which had a vigil for many, many years at the Santa Monica and San Vicente to protest, to try to prevent and protest the Iraq War, and then to support the case of Bradley, now Chelsea Manning, and also the cause of peace throughout the world and nonviolence. And that's essentially what we wanted to talk about and persuade our people, the gay, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender communities, that the spirit of Stonewall should be revived in terms of all people being able to have a voice in any kind of decision making, and also to improve the current system. And I know that some of you think that the current system doesn't need much improving, but we beg to differ on that. So and John is the heart and soul of our organization. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Shane. Yvette Ilam, to be followed by Diane Forte. Yvette. Brett Hugh. Cody Christensen. Diane. Okay. Diane Forte. Brett Hugh. I don't see, and then Cody Christensen.
Good evening, Mayor, and members of the council, and staff. I'm here this evening and wanted to thank you for your earlier leadership, and wanted to thank the Public Works staff that we've worked with for a number of years for their partnership. I shared some literature with your Assistant City Clerk to pass out to you, just on general reliability, which is very good within the city, but also to remind everyone to be prepared in the event of service interruption. We have a lot of resources on our website. If you rely on oxygen, to apply for our medical baseline program, which gives you an offset for electricity. And if you're in a high fire area, there's also some battery storage programs that are available to you. You know, an outage could happen. We had a dump truck that went down and hit the Whiskey A Go-Go and took out a lot of power. So, you know, it could be an earthquake. I just want you to be prepared. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'm sharing my contact information, but it's really good to see you all, and thank you again.
Thank you. Brett Hugh, Cody Christensen, to be followed by Buffalo, and then Kelly Pilarski.
Hello, Council, Mayor. It's great to see some of you at the 40th anniversary of the WeHo Farmers Certified Farmers Market this morning. I was kind of hoping we would be here to vote on the TODAP today, but I see that it got pushed a little bit back. But what I've heard of the last meeting and this meeting is that this community is not anti-housing. Actually, most of us are all pro-housing. There's some silly names like NIMBY and YIMBY, but I think most of us are SIMBY WAPs, SIMBY-BWAP. Sure, in my backyard, but with a plan. So it's great that we're not on the SCAG map for this round. We have a lot more time to actually come up with the creative plan, the creative city. So I'm hoping this comes back in front of us sooner rather than later, because if Beverly Hills has already done it, like, why don't we just go ahead and plan it now? Like, we want more housing, we want more affordable housing. We just want a plan, so thank you.
Thank you. Buffalo, to be followed by Kelly Pilarski, and then Richard Eastman.
Hi, my name is Buffalo. Good evening to all of you, and thank you for your time today. I am employed in the city of West Hollywood, and I'm also employed by the city of West Hollywood. I'm here today to ask that the city support our efforts to unionize in the way in which we see fit. I'm an aquatics aide, and I'm part of the group that was referenced for why we can't unionize the way that we want to. And I would like to say that I reject that reasoning because my position is much more in alignment with that of lifeguards than, say, people in City Hall, which was what was suggested. We are trained in EAP the same way. We are trained with the same medical devices. We are trained for the same emergency preparedness in the same way that the lifeguards are. I have nothing in common with a lot of other temporary employees in the city of West Hollywood. I have a lot in common, and I work directly with the lifeguards. We want to unionize together in the way that we see fit. Yeah, I am really excited to be a part of what I am in the city of West Hollywood at the Aquatic Center. I think it's a beautiful place. I think the city has an opportunity to once again set an example with how you move and what you get to show to not only West Hollywood citizens, but also, you know, the city of LA, also the state of California, also the US as a whole, as West Hollywood has done many, many times. We want to unionize the way that we see fit. Give us that opportunity. Please support our effort to unionize and protect our livelihoods through unionization. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Pilarski, to be followed by Richard Eastman, and that's our last speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kelly Pilarski, City of West Hollywood resident, and speaking tonight as a resident. I just want to say I'm exhausted. 12-hour days planning conferences, baby showers, managing my parents' appointments, LinkedIn profile, volunteering at events. I mean, we're all doing the most. But I wanted to make sure that I came tonight to use my privilege because I absolutely love this city and its people. And I wanted to say, goodness, looking at the list of pre-approved events in our city budget that we already spend money on, you would think that we're like quite pro-housing and quite pro-multimodalism. So I wanted to speak tonight as a 41-year-old in West Hollywood. As you know, West Hollywood's population skews heavily towards working age adults, with the largest concentration, roughly 49% of its residents. I wanted to speak today as many of my peers are not able to make these meetings because they're raising Generation Alpha or also fully exhausted by the day. We are a generation that is moving back towards the urban core. We're looking for cities that feel like our living rooms, that are filled with friends, with activated sidewalks, cafes, where reliance on private vehicle ownership is not a necessary expense for life. We're a generation that was too young to have a voice about the historical buildings, neighborhoods, and public spaces that were destroyed for private vehicle use. I appreciate the smart growth discussions, but I feel like sometimes I just want to say, like, whoa, we got to wake up and get with the program. The future generation is double what that was in the 80s and asks different things of our cities, and we don't need to look too far in the world or just our neighboring cities to see it. Perhaps we need to do a little Marie Kondo moment and say gratitude for the old ways and welcome some new rebalanced ways in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Richard Eastman is our last speaker.
Oh, boy. The two young men, the elderly third guy. John Heilman, I want to thank you on behalf of the family of the Rainbow Bar and Grill, the Whiskey, Robbie Krieger, break on through to the other side. Nobody gets out alive. And the birthday gift you gave to me and the family, that for a lifetime service of the Sunset Strip and saving millions of lives with HIV and AIDS, and you left out the First Amendment, where on Friday night in front of the Motherlode, I was not accosted by 15 police, but they were behind me, with your hot dog license guy, Jason, saying, oh, Mr. Eastman, you're blocking the sidewalk. Where have we heard that before? Stonewall, San Francisco, Harvey Milk, Dennis Perone, these two young gentlemen, and the future senator, if he's lucky. I want to thank the city of West Hollywood for letting Jimmy Kimmel, a month ago, say, oh, Richard Eastman, you're on Hollywood Boulevard. And they actually said, what did you do? I said I rebuilt the Hollywood sign, and they didn't run that. They ran, I was homeless in Hollywood. Many of you know on record for over 41 years, I arrived in this town in 1965, homeless, broke, dead, almost like John F. Kennedy and my grandmother who worked for him. And whatever I did for George Moscone and Harvey Milk, and Paramount Pictures, and Warner Brothers, and the Hollywood sign, and millions of people living around the world with AIDS, I will successfully sue this city over First Amendment infringement rights where they salute me on Pennsylvania Avenue while I'm smoking a medical marijuana cigarette. Yes, the National Park Service. We have a president that needs to go to hell. And we have a city that I helped design and develop, whether you believe it or not. So God bless you. Thank you, John, for telling everybody I did all the work.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now turn to council member comments. Anyone want to start? Council member Erickson.
Thank you for a very robust meeting tonight, Mayor. The budget conversation was complicated, but I was really happy to see how we got through that. In terms of events I've attended, since the last council meeting, I've attended the Liability Trust Fund Oversight Board twice, the Harvey Milk Day event, where I still cannot believe some of those people did what they did on that pole. I'm still shook by that individual. Abs of steel. WeHo Pride Arts Festival, the Russian-speaking May Sky Classical Night Concert, the 100 Years in Hollywood Rotary event, the Contract Cities Ledge Committee meeting twice, I swore in my new Arts and Cultural Affairs Commissioner Trevor, the Jewish American Heritage Month program. I did an interview with KPFK for Pride. I attended the WeHo Pride weekend activities, and I don't think we've stopped, so we are all very tired. It's a very long month for us gays and those that love them, and it keeps going and getting longer and longer. I additionally attended the Equality California Pride Party for Los Angeles Pride and marched in the LA Pride Parade with Equality California as a council member. I attended the Westside Cities COG Westside Bus virtual meeting, quite exciting there. I attended the Kaleidoscope event, Bravo. I thought the event was beautifully well done. I attended the Pride House Party, the WeHo Fan Zone World Cup event. Just truly what an amazing couple of days that was for the World Cup. Not only a 4-1 win, but I thought they transformed the park into such an amazing space. I mean, I didn't want to leave. I think I was one of the last people there with Andrew and Callie and Silver as she broke her necklace, and that's a whole nother story. Sorry for the little silver things all around Plummer Park, but it was truly amazing. And then this morning, the Helen Alpert 40th Anniversary Farmers Market event, where I thought it was just such a well done. And I don't think we normally have that seating area for those tables, but kind of a really nice addition, so maybe you keep doing it, but add a little bit of shade if you can. But I thought it was a really well use of the space. Additionally, I just want to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart for Pride. I mean, it was really good. Everyone's saying it was good, but it was really good. Anita's yeah, it was great, right? But there was just so much love and joy out there, and I thought that was such a beautiful thing, especially after a lot of all that we all go through. It was great nudging Councilmember Meister onto the bike from the stage. She didn't know that was coming, but when we got her on a bike again, I think I've gotten you on it twice, I think when you were mayor the last time and then the second time, so it's a great tradition, but it was wonderful. I thought it was wonderful. The team, JJLA, public safety, everything was really well done, and the Pride Parade was also really special. I don't know what it was about it, but I love Pride float hopping with Councilmember Byers and going from float to float to float. We walked all the way down on the float, and then we walked all the way back, and then we walked all the way back again, and it was great to see all the joy, glitter, and rainbows everywhere. And then especially the sober event that happened down at the log cabin. What a nice homage to what that was, but seriously, I thought it was just such a wonderful event, and I know we might not have seen it at that time when we were thinking about the different types of programming and activations, but it turned out just truly, truly wonderful. So I just want to thank everyone for their hard work into that. And I was really, really thankful I did not have to wake up at 5 a.m. to do interviews for the first time in many years. And so I got to sleep in just a little bit longer. And I know the mayor was out there very early, but the sun wasn't out so for a little while, so it was helpful. And then in addition, I just want to thank individuals from the public who have thanked me over this and come up to me and issued congratulations. It was really special to not only move into first place at Pride, but it was really wonderful to have the community response. So I just want to thank those who have reached out to me privately and publicly about that. I can't thank you enough, and looking forward to November. Thanks all.
I will jump in. Thank you. For attendance, I attended the National League of Cities Transportation Infrastructure Services Committee meeting, the Metro Service Council meeting where I was elected vice chair, the La Casa, the LA County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency board meeting, the California League of Cities Transportation, Public Works and Communications Committee meeting, the Southern California Association of Governments Regional Council and CEHD Policy Committee, and then I attended the Westside COG meeting where I served my final meeting as chair. Really grateful for that tenure. And of course, so many wonderful community events, many of which Councilmember Erickson already listed. For my comments, Pride. It was so incredible this year. In addition to all that Councilmember Erickson said, thank you for, just want to uplift how tremendous I thought the Women's Freedom Festival was. That street was overflowing at times. Knowing that we have such a well-programmed space that is free all day long throughout the weekend just meant the most, and Meg Stalter was just the perfect cherry on top of that cake. And then want to give a huge round of applause and gratitude to all the photography, John Viscott running through the streets, 30,000 photos on the Flickr account. If you don't look on the city's Flickr account, you're missing out. There's so much good stuff there. Now is the time to start getting caught up. But huge thank you to everyone who makes those extraordinary days happen in our city. I'm always so grateful that we have the economic study to prove the impact that that event has, and look forward to seeing that in the months and years ahead. And just again, happy Pride. We're still in the midst of the month. It's only halfway through. I want to also thank everyone for the fan zone activations. Another thing that we're only halfway through. We have another weekend, not this one, but the following to look forward to. And with Disco Foot too, it should be so fun. Go Team USA. watching the World Cup in community like that at Plummer Park, people on picnic blankets, kids face painted. It was just exactly what you imagine a giant global event like that happening, being hyper localized right in community, having those memories created together. We celebrated and thanked Pickle tonight, and I feel like we're only cutting the tip of the sphere or tip of the iceberg, whatever the expression is, just getting started on the gratitude to that extraordinary individual. But we also have a new drag laureate that'll begin, and we got to mark that tonight with a consent calendar item that just went off really quickly. So I just want to also welcome the next drag laureate to the city. How exciting that is. There was one item on consent I didn't pull, I thought it meant too much, and I noticed that it was also a city manager directive. There's a working group that I believe a member of the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission could be a meaningful addition, as many times as they saw throughout the report. Arts being a missing or underutilized aspect of that park would just offer a consideration to add somebody from that commission to that working group as that next phase of the programming begins, should that be amenable to the subcommittee and our city manager, of course. And then just lastly, want to give a huge congratulations to Councilmember Erickson. Jumping from third to first place that Saturday afternoon was something I will certainly never forget, and look forward to your 5 months of run ahead and your eventual win in November. That's all for me. Thanks.
Council member.
Yep. I attended many of the same events as my colleagues: Harvey Milk Day, Russian Speaking Community Awards presentation, Mishka Festival, Jewish American Heritage Month program, WeHo Pride, Plummer Park community briefing, Pride House, and WeHo Fan Zone, among others. And also very excited to see the Drag Laureate program go to the next level, but I will definitely miss Pickle. I think that she's just been an incredible asset to this program. Want to thank Helen Collins and Stephanie Martinez and Rick Abramson for all their work on the Plummer Park Comprehensive Improvement Program. And regarding the steering committee, I just want to make sure that it's balanced and includes community members from the get-go that have a stake in how this comprehensive improvement plan moves forward. Wanted to just announce the city is celebrating Juneteenth on Saturday, June 20th, 3 to 7 p.m. in West Hollywood Park. I hope to see you there, and just wish all the fathers happy Father's Day. I believe it's this coming weekend.
Great, thank you. I attended the Abbey 35th anniversary, the Maskey Classical Night, the Harvey Milk Day, the Pride Festival, and I agree it was a wonderful and magical weekend. I represented the city at the Sanitation District and the City Selection Committee meeting, went to Kaleidoscope, the fan zones, a group of local residents are off to the Gay Games in Valencia, so I was there for their kickoff and the 40th anniversary of the Farmers Market. I agree that Pride was wonderful and magical. I heard Mr. O'Brien's complaint here. We don't actually make the decisions of who goes and who is not in the festival. I think this is something that needs to be clarified going forward, as well as the decision of who is being honored as an icon, because there was controversy about that as well. So at some point, I think that needs to come to the council for clarification, and how do we go about making sure that the public is aware who's making those decisions and how those decisions are made. The one final direction I wanted to give, there has been a pop-up at the corner of La Cienega and Santa Monica, something having to do with Ariana Grande. It's been great. The visitors have been all well behaved, but there's a lot of them, and there's trash and other effects. So I'm hoping that we can have a conversation with the owners to figure out how do we manage the crowds so that they're not sitting out or standing out in the sun or sleeping on the sidewalks waiting for the activation to begin. So I wanted to put that on the city manager's list of things to do.
Did we just hear you don't like Ariana Grande, Mayor?
No, I'm fine with Ariana
Sorry,
Grande.
so we just don't
I
need that the headline.
want to make sure that we accommodate all the people who are waiting to get whatever the merchandise is that they're selling there. All right. Yeah. I think we're deteriorating now. We are now finished with our agenda. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.